lost passport, visa adjudications, international child custody disputes, international adoptions, or support in emergency situations. And I will just tell you that I have had all of those examples in my office. But we will turn to you for information and assistance in resolving these kinds of challenges. Mr. Bozell, as the chairman indicated, our relationship with South Africa is at a challenging inflection point. I don't share this administration's view that South Africa has committed genocide against white Afrikaners. I think this is a dangerous slope, and I think this kind of attack only helps spread anti-American sentiments and promotes China and makes our country less safe. We need strong relationships with our allies and partners to confront the PRC, to build economic prosperity, and to strengthen trade ties. Mr. Ghalib, I must say I have grave concerns about some of the statements that you have made, particularly those that seem to justify the October 7th attack against Israel. Local reporting quotes you as saying that reports of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th were lies and deception. I can tell you I have seen video, and I am very clear that those were not lies and deception. I find the statement offensive, if true, and I'm sure that many of my colleagues here today, some of whom have traveled to Israel in the wake of the attacks, would agree. Today, I expect to hear from you an unequivocal condemnation of the horrific crimes committed on October the 7th. Mr. Leon, Spain is an important NATO ally and a bilateral partner for the U.S. So today, I hope you'll address how you plan to foster that partnership if confirmed. And finally, Mr. Christensen, Bangladesh is a country undergoing immense change, and I'm pleased that you've served in the Indo-Pacific region before, and in fact, that you've served in Bangladesh before. Your knowledge and expertise will be essential in helping us address regional security and migration issues. So again, thank you to all of our nominees. I look forward to hearing from you today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. I'm going to start with Ms. Namdar. So if, oh, I've got a couple of introductions, sorry. Senator Lee, you're up.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. It is my honor and great pleasure to introduce and offer my wholehearted support for the nomination of my friend, Mr. Brent Bozell, to be the U.S. Ambassador to South Africa. Mr. Bozell has spent his entire life defending truth and exemplifying the values of our great nation. His life's work has shaped the media landscape in a favorable way, in a way reflecting his unwavering commitment to free speech, to individual liberty, and to private enterprise. Brent's been an America First pioneer from the very beginning and a lifelong champion of the freedoms that we hold dear. He founded the Media Research Center in 1987. Ever since then, the Media Research Center has successfully archived, recorded, and monitored hundreds of thousands of hours of televised media. In the era of the internet, it's also documented thousands of cases of online censorship. We owe a great debt of gratitude to the MRC and to Mr. Bozell for the data and myriad educational resources that have shaped the press and online platforms, and done so in a way consistent with the First Amendment, where the antidote to problematic speech is more speech, not censorship. Besides his success at MRC and related activities, Mr. Bozell is an esteemed author, columnist, and publisher. As a writer, he's authored a national bestseller, and his biweekly column appeared for 25 years across numerous major outlets throughout the country. He holds a degree in history from the University of Dallas and was awarded an honorary PhD by his alma mater in 2015. But of all these achievements, his most remarkable endeavor is his family. He's a dedicated husband, father of 5 children, and grandfather of 17 children. 17 grandchildren. I have no doubt that upon his confirmation, Mr. Bozell will build upon our relationship with South Africa and enhance American interests in Pretoria. We're at a crossroads with that particular strategic partner, and it's more important than ever for the U.S. to craft a rigorous diplomatic strategy in and related to South Africa. What was once the party of Nelson Mandela, the African National Congress, has now lost ground in South Africa, and the coalition government is on a course that could upend decades of democratic progress and unravel the U.S.-South African relationship in significant ways, from the unjust treatment of Afrikaners to leading the unfounded case against Israel's defensive war in Gaza. I trust that Mr. Bozell can chart a new course, one that prioritizes U.S. interests first and foremost, advocates for the fair treatment of minority Afrikaners, and stands with our ally, Israel. There's great potential for deepening economic development and security cooperation with South Africa, and I'm more than confident that Mr. Bozell has the experience, the tenacity, the personal skills to realize this potential. It really is a privilege to know Mr. Bozell and to witness his successes firsthand. He'll be an asset to the American First foreign policy vision. And I look forward to each of you getting to know him today, as I have, and even more so to his confirmation to serve in South Africa. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. It's my honor today to introduce my friend and Floridian, Benjamin Leon, who was wisely nominated by President Trump to be the U.S. Ambassador to Spain. He is supported today by his family, and I'm honored to have him in front of this committee as he prepares to represent our great state, the Cuban-American community, and the United States on the world stage. I'm lucky to have known Ben for many years. He is the embodiment of the American dream, having arrived in the United States after fleeing Cuba's illegitimate and repressive regime with his family when he was just a teenager. From nothing, he built successful businesses while giving back to his community and pursuing philanthropic opportunities. He's built one of the premier healthcare companies in the United States. His businesses have positively impacted the lives of thousands of Americans in the Miami-Dade County area and continue to grow. But his talent isn't limited to the private sector. He's clearly willing to give back and serve the nation and allowed him to live his dreams. His work ethic, sharp mind, and love of his country and community will serve him well as a U.S. ambassador. He has deep family ties to Spain and will bring an understanding of its culture and heritage to this role. I am confident that he has the qualities and experience necessary for this role to enact President Trump and Secretary Rubio's America First agenda, ensure Spain is a fair partner to the United States. He will serve President Trump and the American people well in this role. Then you have my complete support, and to my colleagues on this committee, I urge you to join me in supporting his confirmation.
Thanks so much, Senator Scott. We will now hear from Ms. Namdar. You're up. Give us 5 minutes of your best.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee, I'm honored to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee to serve as the Assistant Secretary of State for Consular Affairs. I'm grateful to the President and to Secretary Rubio for their confidence in me. I would like to thank my family for their constant support. As the daughter of Iranian immigrants and a proud native of Texas, my commitment to public service is rooted in the opportunities this country has afforded me and my family. I'm deeply honored to be in a position to give back. I want to say thank you to the American people for this great opportunity. I have founded and led businesses, practiced law both in Washington, D.C. and Texas, and dedicated much of my academic and professional life to national security and human rights, areas that lie central to the work of the State Department. If confirmed, I will lead the Bureau of Consular Affairs with a mission rooted in the national interest. As Secretary Rubio has articulated, every policy we pursue must answer 3 key questions. Does it make America safer? Does it make America stronger? Does it make America more prosperous? The Bureau of Consular Affairs is at the heart of that mission. If confirmed, I will focus on 3 strategic priorities. First and foremost, the safety and security of American citizens overseas. If confirmed, I will prioritize ensuring that no American is left behind. Whether it's a passport lost in a remote city or a loved one wrongfully detained by a hostile regime, every American abroad deserves the full support and attention of their government. Under President Trump's leadership, we have seen the safe return of dozens of Americans through a decisive and unapologetic defense of American citizens. I will work closely with our Special Presidential Envoy for Hostage Affairs, the National Security Council, and our embassies worldwide to bring wrongfully detained and illegally detained Americans home and prevent future cases through diplomacy, deterrence, and enhanced consular support. Americans must know that their government will never forget them, will never stop fighting for them, and never negotiate from a position of weakness when their freedom is at stake. That is the standard we must meet. While the world has become safer under President Trump's leadership, crises and conflicts continue to arise, which demand vigilance and swift action. During the June crisis in the Middle East, the dedicated men and women of the State Department, and particularly the Bureau of Consular Affairs, worked tirelessly around the clock to assist impacted Americans. They remain ready to assist American citizens and their loved ones whenever the next global crisis occurs. Second, upholding and improving the integrity of our immigration system is a critical national security priority. Every visa adjudication impacts national security and public safety. It is essential that our consular officers are equipped with the resources and support necessary to perform their duties effectively. As Secretary Rubio has emphasized, consular officers have the responsibility to ensure that visas are issued only to individuals who meet the criteria and do not pose a threat to the United States or our interests. Under President Trump's leadership, the border is the most secure it has ever been. The Bureau of Consular Affairs, in collaboration with the Department of Homeland Security and law enforcement officials, works tirelessly to uphold the President's commitment to a safer and more secure homeland. I remain steadfast to ensure that the privilege of a U.S. visa is granted only to those who meet the qualifications, that visa holders adhere to the terms of their visas, and that individuals who violate those terms or disregard U.S. laws will lose the privilege of holding a U.S. visa. Visa decisions can also make the United States more prosperous. Qualified tourists, students, temporary workers, and professionals who follow the law and return to their home countries all contribute to making America great. If confirmed, I will work to ensure that President Trump's priority of making the 2026 FIFA World Cup the greatest sporting event in history draws millions of spectators and fans to our cities. Third, efficiency in our operations. Innovating the Bureau of Consular Affairs, or innovation in the Bureau of Consular Affairs is essential. It not only enhances the safety of Americans, but also improves services to the American people, more than 51% of whom now hold a U.S. passport. A prime example of these efforts is the introduction of the online passport renewal system. The timely and efficient improvements to our passport services will be a pillar of my focus to ensure that the Bureau of Consular Affairs remains committed to security, efficiency, and exceptional customer service for the American people. Finally, I recognize that the success of consular affairs depends not only on the sound policy and capable execution of our team, but also on strong and transparent partnership with Congress. Whether it involves a constituent's passport emergency, a child abduction, or the detention of an American overseas, I understand the urgency and the human stakes behind each case. If confirmed, I will ensure that your inquiries are met with transparency, responsiveness, and a spirit of shared service to the American people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll turn now to Mr. Bozell.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee. I'm honored to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee to be the next U.S. Ambassador to the Republic of South Africa. I'm thankful to the President and to Secretary Rubio for their visionary leadership and the trust they've placed in me through my nomination. I would like first to acknowledge the steadfast love and support of my extraordinary wife, Norma, who is seated behind me, my 5 children, one of who is here, their 4 spouses, and our 17 grandchildren. Each one is a blessing from heaven. I come from a family devoted to public service. My father spent his life advocating for America to regain her moral footing. My uncle, William F. Buckley, was the intellectual leader of the modern conservative movement. My uncle, James L. Buckley, served his country as Undersecretary of State, federal judge, and in the position he most cherished, United States Senator. Although I started my career in politics at the National Conservative Political Action Committee and have led many other political groups, my experience transcends politics. The late Senator Joe Lieberman and I disagreed on most everything politically, yet he was my champion in the nonpartisan clarion call to restore decency to television. The late Senator Gaylord Nelson and I were in opposite corners during the Contra War in Nicaragua, but when I formed an international commission to bring free and fair elections to that country, he was my co-chairman. I've also served as bipartisan presidential election observer in Nicaragua in 1990 and again in 1992 in Guatemala. I know when and how to put political differences aside to advance a greater good. If confirmed, I will approach my ambassadorship with respect for the South African people. South businesses in South Africa employ over 250,000 South Africans. I take seriously my responsibility for ensuring the safety of the nearly 400,000 American citizens who annually visit South Africa, the 30,000 who live there, and for the care of the hardworking diplomats at our U.S. Embassy and consulates. I come before you at a challenging moment for U.S.-South Africa relations. The President has expressed serious concerns about South Africa that for too long have been unaddressed. When people and businesses in South Africa believe their private property rights are at risk, when many South Africans feel unsafe in their homes, when rampant corruption and unfair business practices hold back the South African economy, and when South African politicians greet as friends those who seek to destabilize the world's peace and security, then common ground between our two countries feels harder to find. If confirmed as ambassador, in addition to supporting U.S. citizens in South Africa, I will work on the following priorities. I will communicate our objections to South Africa's geostrategic drift from non-alignment toward our competitors, including Russia, China, and Iran. I'll press South Africa to end proceedings against Israel before the International Court of Justice and to pressure the International Criminal Court prosecutor to discontinue this lawfare, which is belied by Israel's support for the ceasefire in Gaza and commitment to the rules of war throughout the conflict. Second, I will advance the President's invitation to Afrikaners who wish to flee unjust racial discrimination. I will explore how we can support the South African government in making sure all South Africans can thrive free from the threat of violence. I will support the President's call for the South African government to rescind its support for the expropriation of private property without compensation. Finally, I will advocate for business interests by promoting fair trade practices and reduce barriers that will level the playing field for U.S. companies and empower South Africa as an engine of economic growth, creating a more prosperous future for both our countries. It's essential to actively engage on areas of disagreement while seeking opportunities to foster mutual benefit. I see the real opportunity for lasting partnership. Distinguished senators, I appreciate your time today. If confirmed, it would be the honor of a lifetime to serve my country and this administration. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bozell. Mr. Leon.
Chairman Rich, Ranking Member.
You need your, there you go.
Chairman Rich, Ranking Member Shaheen, and members of the committee. It is a great honor and privilege to appear before you today as a United States Ambassador nominee to Spain and Andorra. I deeply appreciate the opportunity to testify today, and I am humbled by the confidence President Trump and Secretary Rubio have shown in me. At the outset, I want to thank my wife and family who are present here today for their love and support, which is always with me. I am grateful as well to the members of my parents who overcame great challenges to start anew in the United States. In 1961, we came to Miami from Cuba to begin a new life in this line of opportunity. My father and I worked together to build a successful healthcare business and create a model of accessible and high-quality medical care. I believe my background in business will prove essential. As the founder of Leon Medical Centers, I have spent decades fostering a healthcare network that provides essential services to the community in Miami. I've also supported Miami-Dade College, where my contribution established the Benjamin Leon School of Nursing to bring needed talent to the nursing profession. I am also proud of my support to Casa Cuba at Florida International University, a project celebrating Cuban culture, history, and traditions. And as the founder of Bezelou Collection, have made significant contributions to the equestrian world. Our purebred Pasofino horses, a breed whose Spanish origin underscores the close, lasting ties between Spain and the Western Hemisphere, competing high-profile events, showcasing the patience and strategic vision that I bring to all endeavors. I recognize the importance of our profound and historic relationship with Spain, one built on shared values, mutual respect, and a deep cultural connection. If confirmed, I commit to use the skills I have honed over many years, strategic planning, communication, negotiation, to build an even stronger relationship between the United States and our important ally, Spain. Spain played a crucial role in the American Revolution, providing vital support to achieve our independence. The Spanish forces captured West Florida, securing the southern supply route and the Mississippi River. Spain also provided essential funds and supplies, including financing the final siege of Yorktown with gold and silver from Havana, then Spanish Cuba. Our shared history is a testament to the strength of our alliance and shared values, including the promotion of democracy, free speech, and human rights. These principles guide our bilateral relationship and our efforts to safeguard national security. As ambassador, I would work tirelessly to strengthen this vital relationship, focusing on 4 key priorities. First, I will prioritize the well-being and safety of all American citizens living and traveling through Spain and Andorra. Second, I will enhance economic and trade relations between our two nations. Our economic partnership is already strong. We have a trade surplus with Spain, and we are Spain's largest investor. I will prioritize initiatives that further promote trade in Spain with Andorra. By fostering economic cooperation, we can create jobs and promote innovation on both sides of the Atlantic. Third, I will deepen our security and defense cooperation. Spain is a key NATO ally and hosts to thousands of our troops. Our collaboration on security matters is essential for maintaining stability in Europe and beyond. I will work to strengthen our defense partnership, including increasing Spanish defense spending and investments and continuing to join military exercises. Enhancing our security ties will help address common threats such as terrorism and cyber attacks. Finally, if confirmed, drawing on my unique background as a Cuban exile, I will advocate for the promotion of human rights, democratic values, and the rule of law. I will support efforts with Spain towards a more just and democratic world. This includes advocating for the rights of the Cuban people and supporting Spain's efforts to uphold democratic principles. I look forward to working with the government of Spain, civil society, and the private sector to build and upon our already strong bilateral relations and expand the political, commercial, educational, cultural, and artistic ties between our countries. I also look forward to fostering our relationship with the Principality of Andorra to further our joint goals of supporting democracy, human rights, and financial transparency. In closing, I will work closely with this body and all members of Congress to ensure your concerns are addressed, and that we work together to advance U.S. interests while strengthening our partnership with Spain and Andorra. I am committed to serving the United States with dedication and integrity. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Mr. Christensen.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today as President Trump's nominee to be the United States Ambassador to the People's Republic of Bangladesh. I am honored by this nomination and grateful to President Trump and Secretary Rubio for the trust and confidence they have shown in me. If confirmed, I look forward to working closely with you to advance U.S. foreign policy interests in Bangladesh. Thank you to my wife, Deanne, who is here with me today. For the past 2 decades, she has joined me around the world, from San Salvador to Dhaka to Omaha, and I am grateful for her sacrifice and support across my diplomatic career. Bangladesh, the 8th most populous country in the world, often does not receive the attention it deserves, as it is overshadowed by its even larger neighbors. With my over 20 years of experience working on U.S. policy towards Bangladesh across my Foreign Service career, including a prior tour in Dhaka, I understand well its importance and the significant U.S. interests there. Bangladesh's strategic location makes it an important participant in an open, secure, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region. Bangladesh is also at a pivotal point. Student-led protests in August 2024 brought down a government that had been in power for 15 years. The people of Bangladesh will go to the polls early next year, the country's most consequential election in decades, to choose a new government and a new path forward. The United States supports Bangladesh in its journey towards a bright and democratic future. If confirmed, I look forward to leading the Embassy Dhaka team to build strong ties with both the current interim government and its democratically elected successor to advance the U.S.-Bangladesh relationship. Often referred to as one of the new Asian tigers, Bangladesh shows significant economic potential. Having overcome tremendous challenges, Bangladesh is now on the cusp of graduation from least developed country status, a true tribute to the resilience and perseverance of the Bangladeshi people. If confirmed, I will work to promote opportunities for U.S. business, reduce trade barriers in the trade deficit, and strengthen U.S.-Bangladesh economic ties. For over 8 years now, Bangladesh has hosted one of the largest refugee populations in the world. Nearly 1.3 million Rohingya currently live in the Cox's Bazar area of Bangladesh after fleeing their homes in Burma's Rakhine state. Bangladesh and the international community, led by the United States, have done a remarkable job supporting the Rohingya people since 2017. I have been to the Rohingya camps myself, seen the work for myself, and spoken to the Rohingya people. The disproportionate effort by the United States to fund the response, however, is not sustainable. We need more countries to increase financial support to ease the burden on us. It will also be important to work through the United Nations and other partners to streamline operations, reduce duplication of effort, and deliver aid more efficiently. If confirmed, I will work with the government of Bangladesh, the international community, and colleagues across the U.S. government, including this committee, on a viable and enduring way forward. If confirmed, it would be an honor to return to Bangladesh as ambassador to lead the talented men and women of U.S. Embassy Dhaka and advance the U.S.-Bangladesh partnership. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christensen. Mr. Ghalib.
Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Shaheen, and distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you. It is a great honor to be nominated by President Trump to serve as the U.S. Ambassador to the state of Kuwait. If confirmed, I pledge to work to advance the interests of the United States and strengthen the enduring U.S.-Kuwaiti partnership. Kuwait is a critical ally in a region of strategic importance to the United States. Our relationship is built on shared interest and mutual respect. It is my goal to deepen this partnership across various domains, including security, economic cooperation, political dialogue, and cultural exchange, all while ensuring our efforts directly benefit America. I appreciate the trust President Trump and Secretary Rubio have placed in me. We may come from different communities with different backgrounds, but serving and representing the interests of the American people is our ultimate common goal. We may also have different views about some topics, and that's normal for us as Americans. Otherwise, the First Amendment would be meaningless. Our greatest American values are freedom, democracy, and equality before the law. These values are essential and define our American identity. However, we know these values are not universal, and that billions of people around the world do not enjoy the rights and freedoms we have. We must therefore be practical and realistic in how to engage the world to advance U.S. interests. I believe my life journey is an inspirational one that defines what the American dream can look like. In December 1997, I came to the United States as a teenager, leaving my entire family behind in Yemen. The last words I heard from my dad while giving me a farewell hug were, "Son, you are now going to be the backbone of the family, so make us proud." When I arrived in the U.S., I had no choice but to start work immediately. My first job in the United States was in an auto parts factory. I understood the value of an education, and even with a demanding full-time job, I completed my last year of high school. I started college in 2001, wanting to study political science. My family, friends, and teachers advised me otherwise. They convinced me I had no future in politics in the United States due to my background and accent, especially after 9/11. I decided to go for medicine, and for 10 years, that's what I studied. I was the first in my family to graduate from high school, earn a few bachelor's degrees, seek master-level education, and a professional doctorate-level education in medical school, all of which happened without a social support system. My family and I are very proud of my journey, which started as a farmer in Yemen, to an auto worker, to a healthcare professional, to the mayor of my city, and if confirmed, to a U.S. ambassador to the state of Kuwait. This could not have been possible without the support of my family, especially my wife and 3 daughters who are watching me now and waiting to celebrate my confirmation. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the people who came to support me from different states. And as I was looking and meeting them outside, they all almost are Democrats coming to support me. Isn't that interesting, Senator Shaheen? My pathway would not be possible in most countries, and I'm deeply appreciative of the incredible opportunities the United States has provided me with. Kuwait is a close partner for stability and security in the region. Kuwait holds 6 to 7% of the world's proven oil reserve, has one of the biggest sovereign wealth funds in the world, invests hundreds of billions of dollars in the United States, hosts the 4th largest overseas U.S. military presence, and is a significant humanitarian aid donor worldwide. If confirmed, one of my priorities as ambassador will be to enhance our security cooperation with Kuwait. The United States and Kuwait have a long history of military cooperation, and it's essential that we continue to build on this foundation. In line with President Trump's priorities, I will work closely with the Kuwaiti officials to ensure our joint efforts in counterterrorism, defense, security, and regional stability are robust and effective. Economic cooperation is another cornerstone of our relationship. The United States and Kuwait have a strong trade ties, but there is significant potential for growth. I will prioritize efforts to expand bilateral trade, investments, create jobs in the United States, advocating for a level playing field for U.S. business in Kuwait, and addressing any barriers to trade and investments will enrich both our economies. If confirmed, I will engage Kuwaiti officials to address Iran's destabilizing activities in the region. My utmost duty is the safety and security of the American people and service members in Kuwait. By working together, we can enhance our collective security and ensure the destruction and chaos caused by Iran does not jeopardize prosperity and security in the Middle East. I am committed to implementing President Trump's priorities and ensuring that our efforts in Kuwait align with broader U.S. foreign policy goals. I look forward to working with the members of this committee as well as with our partners in Kuwait to achieve these goals. Thank you for your consideration, and I welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Ghalib. We're now going to do a round of questions, 5 minutes each, starting with myself and to Senator Shaheen and back and forth between the R's and the D's. So with that, Mr. Leon, I'd like to start with you. One of my strongest concerns, and I think shared by most people on this dais, is our NATO relationship, which over the years has been there, got a little stale, but with the Russian attack on Ukraine has been greatly re-energized. Today, NATO is stronger than it's ever been. A good share of that is due to President Trump's constant reminder to them that this is an association where we're all bound together by a common goal, and that is the NATO treaty. The NATO treaty, of course, we all agreed that we would pull the wagon together for NATO purposes. As we tried to add Sweden and Finland, which we eventually got done, we were frustrated by a couple of members dragging their feet on it and pursuing their own interests rather than pulling the wagon together with the rest of NATO. We're now getting the same thing with Spain. They're the only NATO country that has refused to commit to the 5% defense amount. This is a matter of particular importance to not only the president, but everyone here. And I hope you'll speak frankly to them and be able to persuade them that if they want to belong to NATO, they need to act like a NATO ally. And that is when 31 other countries say they're going to spend 5% on defense, which is absolutely critical, they need to do the same thing. Can you tell me how you might go about that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. It's a very important question, and it's a great challenge. It's really concerning that after Mr. Pedro Sanchez committed in the meeting they had in France, I believe, to that all European nations, including Spain, would actually come up to the 5%, only to now claim that they're only going to go to the 2%. I will work diligently with the government of Spain to make them understand that that's a huge mistake, because they've always been a great partner to the United States for almost for a lifetime. Like they have been a great host to our military for 70 years, and so on. We know the rest of it. But I will work diligently with the government of Spain in order to have it reverse that policy and fulfill the commitment that Spain, through its prime minister, made in France to the 5%.
I hope you'll convey to the Spanish what a major problem this is, and how great a concern it is for not only the President of the United States, but also for Congress. And I would assume they have a clear understanding of how important the membership in NATO is to themselves. And I hope you'll underscore that, and I hope you carry that message to them for us. Well, thank you. Ms. Namdar, having acted as Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs in the past, it's good to have you going there, because we got some problems going on there, as you know. And backlogs are a real problem, and it is, you don't deal as much with policy, but you do deal with the mechanics, which are just as important as policy to people that are trying to get it done. So I want to underscore a couple things for you. The J-1 visas are incredibly important to a lot of business concerns in the United States. Virtually everywhere, people are having difficulty getting workers, and the J-1 is particularly helpful in certain industries. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I agree with you. Consular Services and Consular Affairs is an extremely important bureau. I think it can be a tool of diplomacy and a tool of policy, depending on who is using it. And I think the Secretary and the President will probably want to do that and make sure that we effectively implement the President's policies through Consular Affairs. I think the J-1 visas and all other visas will be implemented as efficiently as possible. I'm, as you know, not in the Bureau now. I've had experience there, but when and if confirmed, I look forward to looking into that issue for you.
Well, we look forward to you getting there and moving, take a strong message to them. We need help, and they're very important to us. The other category is the religious workers visa. They've recategorized that. I don't know if you know this or not. There is great concern around the country because there are a lot of religious workers here in the various religious organizations in America, and their visas are going to expire on January 1 because they haven't been able to get them renewed. Do you know anything about that problem?
As you know, I'm not yet confirmed, Senator, but I'm happy to.
But are you aware of the problem?
I've heard that there is a question about it, but I haven't been tracking it closely, sir.
We're going to get in touch with you because it is a serious problem, and it is widespread throughout the United States. And I'm surprised you haven't heard about it because it is of serious concern. So we'll be talking.
Sounds great.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ghalib, I want to begin with you. And I think we all appreciate that you have a very inspiring personal story. But I am, as I said in my opening remarks, very concerned about some of the statements that you have made, and frankly, what appear to be anti-Semitic views. The local news outlet in your city reported in October of 2023 that you claim that reports of sexual violence committed by Hamas on October 7th were, and I quote, a campaign of lies and deception, and that there wasn't, quote, any evidence to support that these crimes occurred against victims. What's even more concerning is that when you met with my staff before this hearing, you didn't deny that you said those statements, which if that's true, I appreciate that at least you were honest about it, but you reiterated that you believe there was no evidence of sexual violence against victims of December the 7th. Now, as my staff relayed to you, there is well-documented evidence evidence that I have seen personally, that Hamas terrorists deliberately use sexual violence against women and children. I was also disappointed to hear that you appointed an individual to the City Planning Commission who stated that the Holocaust was God's, quote, God's advanced punishment of the chosen people for the savagery they're committing today against the innocent Palestinian children and civilians. You called Saddam Hussein a martyr after Iran fired missiles at American troops in Iraq. And you liked a tweet that compared Jews to monkeys. Now, I appreciate what you said in your opening statement about one of the areas of greatness about the United States is that we allow freedom of speech and that we do have different views. But that's different than representing the United States government and the official policies of the United States government, particularly overseas. So how do you assure this committee, how do you assure Americans of all religions and backgrounds, both here and in Kuwait, if you are confirmed, that you will represent them equally, especially after those kinds of comments that you've made?
Thank you, Senator Shaheen, for these important points that I want to clarify. First, I would like to mention first that I totally condemn what happened on October 7, all kinds of abuses. What happened, conversation between me and your staff was like that I was not aware of some, that I have not seen myself stuff, but I told them clearly, I clearly condemn all kinds of abuses. And October 7 was a horrible day and a tragic day, and all the atrocities that happened after is because of that day. Now, let me be clear. As the mayor of my city in February of 2022, the second month I assumed the office, I passed a resolution that was passed unanimously to condemn anti-Semitism after the attack on the Jewish synagogue in Texas. And the Jewish community leaders came to me and thanked me, and they said to the news that this is the only city that passed a resolution without them asking us to do so. So that's how I represent people in my official capacity. Some of these social media posts were during as a private citizen, because I became the mayor in 2022, and I can assure you that the media was biased in translating these posts. They were misinterpreted, they were taken out of context, and I'm happy to go over them like I did with your staff and others to explain. In fact, there were some responses, even though I acknowledge I used between 2010 to 2020 as a private citizen to acknowledge every comment, even if it's directed to me. Doesn't mean that I agree with that. But as I was going through the comments, there was a comment that says, you can say this in your country, but not in this country. It wasn't translated by the media because they wanted to selectively make it look like I acknowledge the comment. But in fact, if you translate the responses, they will clearly indicate that I was against that. Yes, it was a bad habit to acknowledge every comment. Every post I had from 2010 to 2020, I used to acknowledge. That's a bad habit that I had. I agree. When it comes to Saddam, I was angry on the day of January 7, 2020, when our military bases were attacked by the Iranian and there was no response. I understand the president came out to say that they informed us before, so they wanted to have some credibility. But before I heard that, I was angry that our military bases were attacked without a response. And in a moment of anger, I complimented Saddam because he kept Iran in check. And probably that's the only positive thing he did in his life. He was no question, he was a dictator. He committed a lot of crimes, including the invasion of Kuwait. And if that description in a moment of anger offended anybody, I'm willing to apologize, especially to the Kuwaiti people. No, I'm not very adamant about it. And like I said, probably the only positive thing he did is to stop the spread of the Iranian regime ideology in the Middle East.
Well, Mr. Ghalib, I'm in politics. I understand. The press doesn't always accurately represent what we say. However, that doesn't explain the comments you made to my staff, nor the direct quotes from your hometown news outlet about sexual violence on October the 7th. You haven't, the fact that you represented to my staff that there was no documented evidence of that just shows to me a lack of recognition of what was going on. And as I said, as a private citizen, it's fine for you to have those views. I don't agree with them. I think they're abhorrent, but those are your views. But it's very different when you're an ambassador representing the United States of America, particularly in a country that Saddam Hussein invaded when he was the dictator in Iraq. For you to call him a martyr is unacceptable.
Well, thank you, Senator. Again, let me just explain that I condemn all the atrocities and abuses that happened on October 7. The only reason I did that, and I think it was in front of the protest in front of my office, is because President Biden, in a statement, talked about beheaded babies and stuff. And
Mr. Gilley, I don't want to hear you're blaming President Biden or anybody else for those statements. I'm out of time. And I'm sure that my colleagues on the panel will also give you an opportunity to further explain your statements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Ricketts.
Well, again, congratulations to all of our nominees and your willingness to serve our great nation and your families who also serve alongside you as you serve our nation. So thank you to them as well. Across the world, I'm going to pick up a theme here from Senator Shaheen. Across the world, anti-Semitic violence is surging at levels that we have not seen in decades. The Combat Anti-Semitism movement recorded 13,339 anti-Semitic incidents worldwide between October 7, 2023 and October 1, 2025. Synagogues have been vandalized in Berlin, Warsaw, and Rouen. In Manchester, worshipers were murdered while observing Yom Kippur. 2 Israeli embassy staffers were killed here in Washington, D.C. in May. And Jewish students have been physically attacked across college campuses for expressing their support for Israel. This is a global crisis. We cannot tolerate anti-Semitism. President Trump's vision for the Middle East is one of historic progress, a vision rooted in peace, stability, and the inclusion of the Jewish state as a legitimate and permanent partner in the region. If we don't combat and stamp out anti-Semitism, I fear for this vision. Mayor Ghalib, in 2023, you refused to condemn a local candidate who compared Israel's actions to the Holocaust. Do you believe it's appropriate to equate Israel, a democratic ally, defending itself from terrorism with the Nazi regime that systematically murdered 6 million Jews?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. And I actually wanted to clarify that point for Senator Shaheen, if you like to hear that. That person is a volunteer in the Planning Commission. I did not. He's not an official employee with the city. He's been volunteering for years, even with the prior administration. And I clearly said to the media that I condemned what he said, and I don't agree with him. But it's a volunteer position that they meet once a month. And I, as a mayor, my position is an honorary position because it's a city manager system. Everything I do is subject to approval by the city council. I don't have the absolute power to fire or hire without the approval of the city council. But I clearly told the news that I don't agree with what he said, and I totally condemn that.
Mm-hmm. Another threat that we're facing is Communist China. Mr. Christensen, Bangladesh's military-to-military cooperation with Communist China is growing. Communist China recently refurbished a strategic Bangladeshi submarine base to accommodate both warships and submarines. And just this month, Bangladesh's interim government has reportedly approved a plan to acquire up to 20 Chinese-made J-10 fighter jets. They will also acquire new surface-to-air missiles and long-range radars. If finalized, this sale would lock Dhaka into decades-long financial and strategic relationship with the Chinese defense industry. If you're confirmed, how would you engage with Bangladesh's military and political leadership to discourage further reliance on Chinese platforms to promote greater transparency in their defense and procurement process?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. I share your concern about Chinese influence across South Asia, and if confirmed, I would engage with the Bangladeshi government and the military to clearly articulate the risks from Chinese activity, involvement with their military, activities in their maritime domain, and in their critical infrastructure, as well as highlight the opportunities and benefits that come with a closer partnership with the United States, especially a closer partnership between our militaries.
This hearing here comes as the Senate Foreign Relations Committee's just advanced the Think Twice Act yesterday by voice vote. This is bipartisan legislation that requires a comprehensive strategy to dissuade countries like Bangladesh from purchasing Chinese weapons. It is critical that we get this bill across the finish line so we can combat Beijing's growing influence through arms sales. And so, Mr. Christensen, I hope that we can provide you that as one of the tools when you're working with the Bangladeshi government. What are other things that we can do? What are all terms we have to the Chinese defense sales in South Asia that you would employ as ambassador?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. One of the things that we can do through our U.S. military groups is also highlight some of the allied systems that might be more affordable for a country like Bangladesh that may not be able to afford the premier U.S. military systems, as well as encourage their interoperability with other platforms as we conduct additional exercises with them.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Christensen. I also might note that you mentioned Omaha in your opening statement, along with Dhaka, and that you previously had been at the United States Strategic Command, so I hope you enjoyed your stay in my home state while you were there.
We loved it, Senator.
Great. Thank you.
That's the right answer. Senator Van Hollen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boesel, in February of this year, President Trump made the legally and morally absurd claim that the government of South Africa was engaged in genocide against Afrikaners there. And if confirmed, you, of course, would be our ambassador to South Africa. So I have a pretty straightforward question. Do you agree that that claim was absurd?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. My answer to you is this. If you were to talk to those people who are involved, they fear...
Mr. Boesel, I'm sorry. Genocide is a legally defined issue. No. It's not a question of someone's impression. There's a legal definition for it. To your knowledge, has the State Department legal advisor concluded that the government of South Africa is engaged in genocide?
Senator, I don't know that answer, but Senator...
No, it's a straightforward question. I'm not going to... It's a straightforward question. There's a legal definition of genocide. I want to know if you agree that that's an absurd claim made by the President of the United States.
Senator, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't address it that way.
The President, of course, is reported to be engaged right now in reducing the number of refugees that can come into the United States to something around 7,500. And that the overwhelming majority of those would be Afrikaner or white South Africans. That, in my view, is a gross misuse of our policies. Do you agree that we should not have a refugee policy, admission policy, that's based on race?
Senator, in South Africa...
No, I'm asking you if we should have a refugee admission policy based on race. Again, it's a simple question, sir.
Senator, I'm trying to answer it.
Yes or no? Should we have one based on race?
In South Africa, you have thousands of attacks that have taken place against white farmers. They fear for their lives. What the president is saying is that they can come to the United States as refugees if they fear for their lives.
Right. So that's not an answer to my question. There is a legal criteria for people being admitted to the United States. My question was that based on reports, very credible reports, the Trump administration is talking about making it a cap worldwide of refugees and making almost all of them Afrikaners, white South Africans. I know you don't want to answer the question. That sounds like a race-based refugee
Senator, I
policy.
can't answer. I'm sorry, I can't answer the question. I'm not privy to that. I don't know the answer.
Do you agree?
I don't know the answer about
camps.
camps.
This is a question. It's apart from South Africa. Do you believe we should have a race-based refugee admissions policy? Yes or no?
I believe that in South Africa.
No, that wasn't my
white
question.
Afrikaners
You're going to be a
are threatened.
representative of the United States overseas if you're confirmed.
But
All
my
right, let me
focus,
go on. I
Senator-
want to. The whole issue of South Africa is not new to you. And back in the 1980s, I happened to be a staff member on this committee when this committee passed the comprehensive anti-apartheid legislation, sanctions against South Africa. As I look at your comments from that period, you were not supportive of that effort. Is that a fair characterization of your statement? I'm being very broad.
I'm not aware of what you did, Senator, but I can tell you what our position was as conservatives back in the 1980s. ANC and Nelson Mandela at that time were aligned with the Soviet Union, which was the biggest threat to peace in the world and the mortal enemy of the United States. As such, we were in opposition.
Okay.
I think, Senator, at the same time, it's an extraordinary evolution that 10 years later, approximately, when the wall came down and that association ended, so too did the relationship that the conservative movement had with Nelson Mandela. If I'm asked today, who do I think is the most revered person in South Africa? Who do I have the most respect for? It would be Nelson Mandela.
Okay, because you've criticized others for what you call sort of the glorification of Nelson Mandela, as you know. So it's interesting to hear that statement today. Let me just say in closing, you know, I think at that time you worked with then Senator Jesse Helms to have a hearing that actually objected to the Reagan administration's decision to send an emissary to meet with the ANC. That was after this committee on a bipartisan basis, led by Senator Lugar, passed the sanctions bill. I think you probably were very strongly opposed to that bill, but in my view, that bill was one of the great things this committee did on a bipartisan basis, and that helped bring apartheid to an end. And people who oppose that have to live with the idea that there could still be an apartheid regime in South Africa today, but for that legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Van Hollen. Senator Lee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to each of you for your willingness to serve. Mr. Bozell, let's start with you. One of the many challenges we face on the world stage today involves critical minerals, critical materials from all over the place. And some of this relates to mining, some of it relates to processing. But we've got a large geopolitical adversary, China, that has tried to establish its own form of hegemony. We're at a corporate player operating within the United States as such. It would be in violation of all kinds of antitrust laws with both civil and criminal ramifications. It's a little bit different when that's a foreign sovereign nation. Meanwhile, South Africa, the country where you'll be serving, should you be confirmed here, is a mineral-rich nation with significant capacity in terms of mining and also in terms of processing. Well, the U.S., of course, has an interest in maintaining clear supply chains and in competing more effectively in the processing domain, while South Africa, mineral wealth can drive economic development within the country. So I think we both have a lot to gain by a strategic partnership when it comes to those matters. What role do you see minerals, particularly when it comes to processing of minerals, playing in the near to intermediate term future in terms of the U.S.-South Africa relationship?
Thank you, Senator, for that question, because it's very important. South Africa has some of the greatest reserves of some of the most important minerals in the world. It has 89% of the reserves of platinum groups. It has 70% of the reserves of magnesium, 44% of the reserves of chromium, and all manner of other things. What has been happening is that China has been using unfair business practices to make deals with the South Africans to take their raw minerals, send them to China, refine them, and increase their value dramatically and increase the control that China has on these critical reserves that the United States needs. What we propose to do is to allow South Africa to process and to enrich their own minerals. The way that has to happen is through a partnership. with the United States. There is right now, as an example, there's a company from Indiana called ReElement Technologies. It's working with a South African company, Navarra, I believe it's called, with a $100 million investment in a plant that will do just that. Now, what happens at the end of the day? At the end of the day, both sides are winners because we get a great investment and great investments, and then the South Africans get to have the refined minerals that they can sell at a much higher price. There are challenges, however, in this, and they have to be addressed. The electrical grid in South Africa is a huge problem. Eskom it's been a combination of poor management, infrastructure collapsing, and corruption and theft. That system, they're now doing what's called load shedding, I think it's called, where it's rolling blackouts or brownouts in the country. It's very difficult for an American company to think, you know, I want to bring a lot of assets and invest if I can't turn the lights on. So that has to be addressed.
Right. Processing is certainly an energy-intensive endeavor and can't be done if you're constantly losing power. But yeah, you make some great points there, and particularly if those jobs can stay in South Africa.
Correct.
That's great for South Africa's economy on many levels.
And Senator, to expand on that, well, the problem that we have is China brings in its workers and takes out its workers. The United States hires South Africans, and that's why with 250,000 South Africans are now employed because of American businesses. It could rise dramatically, and that, if I'm confirmed as ambassador, that is one of the messages that I'll be taking.
Thank you. That's helpful. Now, as you know, South Africa, on a different note, is leading the case in the International Court of Justice against Israel for genocide, and also making the case publicly on many occasions that what happens in Israel is akin to apartheid. Now, this carries special significance given that it's South Africa and South Africa's own experience with that. But it seems to me that this is missing some points. I mean, there's some vast differences that make this rather unlike what South Africa experienced. Including the fact that you've got Arab Israelis, among whom are Muslims, Christians, and a number of Druze, who are full citizens of Israel. I mean, that seems rather unlike apartheid to me. How would you use your role as the U.S. ambassador to South Africa to help stand up for our ally Israel in that regard?
Senator, thank you for that. It's important. What South Africa did in leading the charge against Israel in the International Court of Justice was an injustice. It's going to be a top priority because the president has made it a top priority, and the president has told me it's a top priority to do something about that, to get South Africa, not just on that issue, but there are other issues. For example, just recently, South Africa engaged in naval exercises with Iran, the archenemy of Israel. That was completely unnecessary to do unless South Africa is making a decision to go in a very, very dangerous direction. If confirmed, I will be taking the president's message to them that we find it intolerable that they would work against American national interests. Our alliance with Israel is ironclad. They are one of our greatest friends in the world. The president's going to stand by Israel, and that means we have to address this with South Africa.
Indeed.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Chair Risch. Ranking Member Shaheen for holding this hearing. Thank you for the witnesses for being here today. I want to spend my time speaking to on Mr. Ghalib and then to some other issues that we have, particularly in Nevada. But building on Senator Shaheen's comments, as the co-founder and co-chair of the Bipartisan Senate Task Force for Combating Anti-Semitism, I do want to take a moment to focus on what you have said. As an elected official, you had a responsibility to work with your constituents to eliminate hatred from communities, all hatred from communities, but instead you chose to inflame divisions and traffic in anti-Semitism. You liked a Facebook comment comparing Jews to monkeys. You characterize leaders you don't like as becoming Jewish. As mayor, you failed to comment after one of your political appointees suggested the Holocaust was, quote, advance punishment, end quote, for the war in Gaza. And you denied that Hamas used sexual violence as a weapon of war on October 7th. Now, you can disagree with the Israeli government, but peddling anti-Semitism in such a public manner as an elected official, as a community leader, is beyond the pale. Given these other statements, I will not be supporting your nomination. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And if you are confirmed, I want you to remember this, sir. You will be an ambassador for the United States of America. And thus, as ambassador, we must show respect to everyone. You must lead in a way that shows respect and commands respect in return. We'll be watching to see if that happens. Now I'm going to move on to something that is extremely important to my state of Nevada, visa processing. You're smiling, you know where this is going, because, Nevada is known for being a top tourist destination. Of course, so many beautiful places in the United States and around the world, but Nevada's economy relies on travelers who come to our state from around the world for conventions, trade shows, world-class entertainment events, and I have to say 3-time WNBA champs. There you go. But this year, the business and professional events industry will employ over 285,000 Nevadans and generate more than $43 billion in direct spending statewide. Therefore, Nevada relies on reasonable visa interview and processing wait times. So while the State Department has made significant progress in reducing visitor visa wait times in recent years, we know there's more to do. So, Ms. Namdar, as the U.S. prepares to host a decade of major global events in both leisure and business and travel, we have Olympics coming and so many others, all of this plays a major role in our economy. And so I want to ask you, I have a couple other questions on this, so briefly if you would mention, how are you going to ensure those reasonable wait times for U.S. visas, and specifically, what goals will you set for the Bureau of Consular Affairs in 2025 for business and tourist visa interviews and processing? My state depends on it, and so many others.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think your statements are valid, of course. We want to make sure that processing times are as low as humanly possible. I'm not yet in the role. I can promise you, when and if confirmed, I will look into making everything as efficient as I possibly can.
Will you commit to coming to my office and talking about what we're seeing in Nevada with sports, tourism, entertainment, travel, and maybe we can work on a few of those?
I'm happy to come speak with you, yes.
Thank you. I'm going to move on then and ask you some more questions, because on Wednesday, Joel Rayburn's nomination advanced out of this committee with my support. Some people have said you believe you can be dual-hatted as the senior bureau official at NEA and the Assistant Secretary for Consular Affairs until Mr. Rayburn is confirmed and makes his way to Foggy Bottom. Again, he was just passed out of committee. I supported him. Given the enormous responsibility for both roles, I don't believe it's in the taxpayers' interest to have you overseeing both bureaus. They're so important. So you are nominated for one role and one role only. So will you commit to only fulfilling the role you're nominated for, if confirmed?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I mean, I think that's a hypothetical. I don't think that anybody has asked me to do that at this point, and frankly,
so you'll commit to just doing the role that you're confirmed for?
I'm going to do whatever the Secretary of State and the President of the United States ask me to do. If they ask me to serve in both capacities in an interim until
we are confirming you for one role.
Yes,
we have the advice and consent. You will be confirmed, hired for this job nominated by the administration, hired for the job by the United States Senate and this committee. I voted for someone to be in the other job, asking you if you will do the job you're confirmed for.
Of course, I will do the job that I am confirmed for, and I will help the administration in any way that I can until the nominee for that position is also confirmed.
Thank you. I have some questions for the record about Afghan refugees who helped us in the war in Afghanistan. I will submit those for the record, talking about the special immigrant visa program. It's really important, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rosen. Senator McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you to our witnesses today for your willingness to serve. Mr. Glebe, I was a member of the 82nd Airborne Division that actually helped oust Saddam Hussein from Kuwait, you referred to Saddam Hussein sympathetically as a martyr, which has some significance given that you'd be the United States' highest-ranking diplomat in Kuwait, a country that was invaded by Saddam. How do you justify calling Saddam Hussein a martyr to us, but also to the people of Kuwait?
Thank you, Senator. I explained earlier that post was in January 7, 2020. I was a private citizen before. It wasn't in my official capacity, and it was the day when the American military bases in Iraq were attacked by Iran. I was angry that we did not respond to the Iranian regime. And so in a moment of anger, I recalled and complimented Saddam Hussein for keeping the Iranian regime in check. And I said earlier that probably that's, in his career, that would be the only positive thing he did, and the only thing I would agree with. That, no doubt he was a dictator. No doubt the invasion of Kuwait was a crime, was a violation of the international law. And for those who are offended by that, and those who suffered from Saddam or lost loved ones, I apologize. I'm not very adamant about describing him like that. But like I said, it was a moment of anger. I know he did a lot of atrocities to his people.
Good. Let me move on to my second question. As a mayor, you repeatedly targeted American ally Israel through your support of boycott, divest, and sanctions movement against Israel. And you called for Israelis to, quote, leave the land, unquote, thereby supporting the end of the state of Israel. So my question to you, given the role you are being nominated for, do you accept President Trump's view that Israel is and should be the national home of the Jewish people?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. Let me make it clear that the BDS movement resolution was drafted by a Jewish attorney who is part of the...
This question is, do you agree or do you disagree with President Trump's view that Israel is and should be the national home of the Jewish people? Just a yes or no.
Well, thank you, Senator. That, I think at this point we have a peace plan that everybody in the region agreed on.
There's no yes or no. You didn't. Do you agree with the President's position or not?
I think everybody, we can coexist in the region, and that's the answer, that everybody has the right to exist now.
Well, no, that's not the President's position. Do you agree with the President's
I trust the President's policies, and I will support his policies.
Okay, let me move to my third question. Yeah. And I want you to take a minute and really try to explain this to me. In 2025, so this is this year, you liked a Facebook comment referring to Jews as, quote, monkeys, unquote, who levy taxes on the, quote, the air we breathe, unquote. Now, I heard you say before that you have this habit that you acknowledge all of the posts, but I don't totally understand that. So could you please provide an explanation for the rationale of liking this comment, and do you agree with that comment?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. First of all, let's correct the misinformation. It's very disturbing. That comment was when I was a private citizen about 6 or 7 years ago. It wasn't this year. It was under a post that I posted as a private citizen, and part of my bad habits of acknowledging reading those posts. But in the responses, I told the guy, you cannot say this in the United States of America. You can say, the media did not translate that response. So it wasn't to 2025. That's misinformation. And just by making assumptions and judging my intentions based on social media posts in the past, I would recommend that you look at the facts and judge my actions.
I'm asking for the facts. So would you like to clarify, do you agree with that statement?
No, definitely, I totally disagree.
And how would you respond to the fact that you liked it in the moment? What is your response to that specific comment now?
At that moment, I responded that this is not appropriate to say this, but in my official capacity, I responded in 2021-22, in the second month of assuming the mayor office, by passing a resolution to condemn anti-Semitism, and that was complemented by the Jewish community. That's how I perform in my official capacity, and I represent everyone. And at the end, I'm a Semite. The Arabs are Semite. Do we read history? How can we be anti-Semite? And I think, like I said, judge my actions and not my intentions, because we have to lay down the facts. You know, Senator Shaheen earlier said that I hired someone after he said, no, that guy has been serving in the city for the past...
Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boesel, I wanted to give you a second chance to answer a question that Senator Van Hollen put to you. I don't want to litigate the specific question of the persecution of the Afrikaner people. That's a policy that the administration has announced that I understand you will support. But Senator Van Hollen asked you a really simple question, like a layup question, and it is concerning to me that you couldn't give an easy, straight answer. He asked you, should we have a race-based refugee admissions policy as a nation? In other words, do you support having a refugee admissions policy that admits white refugees only? So let me ask you that question again. I don't want to get into the specifics of the Afrikaner issue. Do you support having a refugee admissions policy in this country that only admits white refugees?
Senator, I don't make that policy.
Well, but it's really important. But I think this is if I were to ask this question of virtually any nominee to be an ambassador prior to this panel, that would be an easy layup answer. No, of course we don't support having a refugee policy where we only admit white people. So why can't you give me your personal view on that?
Because, Senator, I am here to serve America and to do what the president is asking me to do. I'll be following the executive order of February.
Would you support reinstituting laws in this country to only allow white people to vote?
Senator, I'm going to serve as ambassador to South Africa, and I'm going to focus on that.
You will not share your personal views on whether it is right or wrong to reinstitute discriminatory policies in this country to prevent black people from voting?
Senator, my personal views are irrelevant. I am serving here to do what the president is asking me to do in South Africa.
Well, that's just simply not true. The whole reason that you're appearing before this committee is because your personal views, your history is absolutely relevant to your fitness to serve. We wouldn't have this process if your personal views were not relevant. That is pretty stunning that you will not share your views not only on whether we should have a refugee admissions process that is race-based, but you won't share your personal views on whether we should reimpose discriminatory treatment against black Americans. That is absolutely relevant to your qualifications to serve, and your refusal to answer it, I hope, is something that every member of this committee will think about. Mr. Ghalib, I don't think you are qualified to serve in this role, and I think that you have dug your hole deeper today. In response to Senator McCormick's pretty simple question, you refused to support maintaining Israel as a home for the Jewish people. I just don't know how we send an ambassador to the Middle East that doesn't support protecting Israel as a home for the Jewish people. I also just want to make sure that you're being, well, I mean, Senator McCormick asked, you can answer it again, but Senator McCormick asked you that question 3 different times, and you had ample opportunity to state that you believe that Israel should be protected as a home for the Jewish people.
Can I clarify that now?
I mean, I think it's pretty important to understand your views on this. Pretty stunning that you weren't able to answer that question 3 times when asked by Senator McCormick.
Well, I supported the president's plan, which means that there would be a solution.
It doesn't matter to me whether you support the president's plan. Again, this idea that your personal views don't matter is ridiculous. Do you believe that Israel should be protected as a home for the Jewish people?
I believe that, and I believe it can be a home for the Jewish and the Arabs and the Muslims and the Christian as well. And that's why it's a diverse land for the 3 major religions. I think they can coexist, all the nations in the Middle East, based on the peace plan of President Trump that I support strongly.
I just want to ask you to present something to the committee. You've been asked questions today about your refusal to condemn this outrageous statement by a member of your city government. The statement, again, is the Holocaust was God's advanced punishment of the chosen people for the savagery that they've committed against the innocent Palestinian children and civilians. You were asked to comment on this. You refused to comment on it. I think that's disqualifying in and of itself. But in earlier questioning, you said that you did condemn it at the time. We have seen no evidence of that.
Senator,
So is there evidence that you condemned that at the time?
I did tell the media that I don't agree with them and I condemn. They were concerned about disciplining.
And there's evidence of that? You could present this committee with those media reports?
I would, and I say it now, let me be clear. I condemn that and I disagree with them. Their concerns was to why didn't I fire him? He's a volunteer in the planning commission.
I'm simply asking you, we have not seen any evidence that you publicly condemned that post. If you have claimed that you did in a public way.
I did disagree with him.
I'm simply asking you to submit that information for the record because we have not seen that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, I want to ask you about another one before moving on to other witnesses. In a Facebook post that you put up in November of 2023, you praised the actions of Houthi rebels in hijacking and kidnapping the crew of the cargo ship, the Galaxy Leader, and noted, quote, the kidnapped ship doesn't fly the Israeli flag, but it's painted completely with it, blue and white colors only, close quote. Do you continue to support actions by the Houthis, who are a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, in kidnapping innocent merchant sailors and disrupting shipping in the Red Sea?
Thank you, Senator, for that important question. If you go over my social media since 2011, you would know how strong opponent and how much I disagree with the Houthi to the point where I cannot travel to Yemen. I'm in their blacklist. I mean, it's so.
So are you denying that you posted a Facebook post celebrating the kidnapping by the Houthis of the particular crew of this ship, the Galaxy Leader?
I don't think it's a celebration. This is assumptions that's making. I disagree with attacking the ships and disrupting.
But are you denying that you posted what I just read to you?
I think there was a post, but it seems like it's taken out of context. Maybe I commented
on. Well, I'll share it with the colleagues before we take up your nomination in committee. Mr. Bozell, I also just want to echo what Senator Murphy said. It is an easy question. It's a layup when you're asked the question of should our refugee programs be race-based. Our Constitution in the 14th Amendment says all persons, not all citizens, all persons in this country are entitled to equal protection of the laws. You'll take an oath. You'll take an oath to support that Constitution should you be confirmed. It's not a hard question, and your unwillingness to answer it is very troubling. I want to ask you this. Are you aware of the Freedom Plus Party in South African politics?
No, Senator.
Okay, I'll tell you, the Freedom Plus Party is an Afrikaner political party that has the most representation of Afrikaners in the South African parliament, and that is part of the national unity government. It was a party that used to be in opposition, but since 2024 has been part of the national unity government. The Afrikaners that President Trump believes are being persecuted are actually represented by a party that made the decision to join the national unity government, and I think that's something you should pay some attention to. Ms. Namdar, I want to return to the questions that were being asked by Senator Rosen about visas. Really, really important work. During a hearing here on July 16, Michael Regas, who's the Deputy Secretary for Management and Resources, was asked a number of questions about how rifts and firings were affecting the State Department, and in particular were affecting the issue of consular affairs and visa issues. We asked, based on these rifts, who would absorb these functions. You would agree with me that passport and visa fraud prevention is very important to our national security, correct?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Of course, all of our visa and passport services are important to national security.
And do you know, as you are nominated for this position, who is going to absorb the functions that have been made more complicated by the significant rifts within the visa and consular area?
Thank you for the question, Senator. As you know, I'm not yet confirmed, so I I'm not privy to the information that you're citing. I'm very happy to look into it when and if I'm lucky enough to be confirmed.
Let me ask you another question. My staff has heard informally, I have a lot of State Department folks that live in Virginia, so we get a lot of stuff coming in over the transom, that the State Department is breaking a longstanding practice and no longer evaluating dual citizens for wrongful detention determinations under the Levinson Act. Do you know what the Levinson Act is?
I'm not familiar, sir, but I haven't heard anything about what you've just stated.
The Levinson Act was signed into law in late 2020, and it provides a framework for the Secretary of State to review cases to make a wrongful detention determination for U.S. nationals. And the Act does not allow for a distinction between a U.S. national and a U.S. national who has dual citizenship. Have you heard anything about the State Department making a determination to no longer pursue wrongful detention cases for U.S. nationals who also have dual citizenship in other nations?
Thank you for the question. I am not familiar with what you've cited. I'm happy to look into it when and if confirmed.
If confirmed, will you ensure that the United States follows the Levinson Act?
If confirmed, I will ensure that I try to comply with all laws.
And you will work to ensure that the administration does not discriminate against U.S. nationals who also have dual citizenship?
I don't believe this administration would discriminate against anybody, and I will work to uphold all laws.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Cruz, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Galib, I am concerned that your stated public positions are markedly in conflict with the views of President Trump and with the positions of the United States. So I want to spend some time talking about your views. Let's talk first about boycott, divestment, and sanctions of Israel. During your tenure as mayor, the Hamtramck City Council passed a resolution supporting the boycott of Israel, divestment from Israel, and sanctions of Israel. Do you support boycotting Israel?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. So, as a mayor, my position is an honorary position, and it's a city manager system in our government, city government. So, the Jewish Voice for Peace group drafted that resolution, came and convinced the city council to unanimously vote for that.
So you voted for it?
I didn't vote for it because I only vote if there's a tie. So it wasn't my idea, it wasn't my initiative. It was the Jewish Voice group.
Did you support it at the time?
I didn't support it. I didn't vote for it.
Did
it
you
wasn't my
oppose it?
idea.
Did you oppose it?
I didn't have to vote at the time. So
Do you support boycotting Israel right now?
Senator, we don't have any companies that deal with Israel in our city.
Okay, with respect, you're not answering my question.
I don't.
As a policy matter, do you support BDS? Do you support boycotting, divesting, and sanctioning? Under your leadership, the city you were leading became the first American city in the whole country to pass a BDS resolution, and I'm asking if you support the policy that you put in place.
I didn't put it in place, and I don't support it, but it was, like I said, drafted
So your testimony here today is you do not support BDS, you do not support boycotting Israel, divesting from Israel, or sanctioning Israel.
Yes, sir. It was drafted by a Jewish attorney, voted unanimously by the city council.
All right, let's move then to the Abraham Accords. In August of 2020, you posted harsh criticism of President Trump's push to normalize relations between Israel and the UAE. You said that it was a threat to stability and a cause for mourning. Do you continue to oppose the Abraham Accords?
I don't recall writing that, Senator, but at the time, as you know, I was opposed to the president. Up until 2024, I was still not a supporter of President Trump until...
So you opposed President Trump. My question is, do you oppose the Abraham Accords?
No, Senator. I think there's a great opportunity at this time to have a growing momentum and to move with the President Trump peace plan. And there's a great opportunity that we can treat everybody fairly and accomplish regional stability, a long-term, everlasting peace, and get everybody involved in this.
So in the same post, you described Saddam Hussein as a martyr. Do you continue to believe Saddam Hussein was a martyr?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. This is the third time I'm asked, and as I said, I was a private citizen in 2020.
Just asking your views.
Yes, thank you. I will clarify that. It was the day of January 7, 2020, when our military bases were attacked by Iran. And in a moment of anger, because we didn't respond.
So I asked you about today. Do you continue to believe Saddam Hussein was a martyr today?
Senator, I don't think that, no doubt that Saddam was a dictator. And I said it earlier, if this offended anybody who suffered from Saddam, who lost a loved one, I apologize about that.
Okay, so you're not answering my question. Do you believe today that Saddam Hussein was a martyr? That's a yes or no.
I mean, I can say no. It wouldn't matter. He's in God's hand. He will get the treatment he deserves. I'm not.
All right, in August of 2020, you posted that the Muslim Brotherhood was an inspiration. Do you continue to believe the Muslim Brotherhood is an inspiration?
Thank you, Senator. I think a lot of my posts were written in Arabic and mistranslated. I believe that, you know, it's an ideology. It's not just a group of people. I disagree with a lot of things that they do. Some of them are extremists. Some of them are part of some governments in the Middle East. So I trust our government to do the research and
Okay, again, my question was simple and straightforward. Do you continue to believe the Muslim Brotherhood is an inspiration?
No, I'm not part of it. I don't believe in that. But if anybody
but you did post it in 2020. Let me ask you, how would you be able to serve as an ambassador if President Trump designates the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization? I have legislation to do that. I believe it is likely the Trump administration will designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine.
I would trust the president, and if it's designated, I will be committed to implement President Trump's policies. I'm not, you know, I trust the president's policy, and if confirmed, I will be implementing the policies of the administration. I mean, I wouldn't go against the president and his policies.
Mr. Ghalib, I will say, from your long-standing public positions, it appears you have a deep-felt and passionate view about the Middle East, but it is a view that is in direct conflict with the policy positions of President Trump and this administration. I will point out also that, and you've been asked about this before, but it is really quite astonishing, that on Facebook, you liked a post that called Jews monkeys for their own benefit.
Thank you, Senator.
Why would you like a post that calls Jews monkeys?
Thank you. I explained that earlier. From 2010 to 2000, before I became the mayor, I used to have a bad habit of acknowledging every post, every comment under my post. Doesn't mean that I agree with it, just acknowledging. But they were a response under that was not translated or interpreted, that says you can say this in your country but not in this country, which means that I did not agree with that post, even though I acknowledge it. I know it was a bad habit, but let me be clear, I don't agree with that statement, and I treat everybody with respect in my official capacity.
And let's be clear, the statement that you liked said they are all monkeys for their own benefit. So every Jew is a monkey.
I don't agree with that statement, Senator. And the person who wrote it is mentally challenged in our community. He is well known. I used to have this idea of inclusivity in my past, ideology. I changed in 2024. I changed even my party,
Mr. Ghalib, there may well be positions within the Trump administration that you are qualified to perform in that are unrelated to these issues that you have such passionate beliefs about. I believe your beliefs are sincere. I believe that when you became the mayor of the first city in America to pass a BDS resolution, it's because you believe in BDS. I disagree with you on that. That is contrary to the policy of the United States government, but you're entitled to have your own views.
But
what I do not understand is how you could possibly serve as a United States ambassador for President Trump in the Middle East when you have passionate views, including having been a vocal opponent of the Abraham Accords, the singular and most consequential accomplishment President Trump has negotiated, and your longstanding views are to publicly oppose the Abraham Accord.
Thank you, Senator. Let me be clear. I support the Abraham Accord, and I think there's a golden opportunity to get everybody involved in that. And let me be clear, in February of 2022, as the mayor, the first thing I did is to pass a resolution to condemn anti-Semitism. It's documented. That's what I perform in my official capacity. The other things, people are making assumptions based, trying to judge my intention.
I'm curious, would a statement like all Jews are monkeys, would that qualify as anti-Semitism?
Well, that's, somebody wrote it who's mentally challenged.
Now, my question is, does the statement all Jews are monkeys, does that qualify as anti-Semitism?
I don't agree with it, Senator.
Okay, you're not answering my question.
It's definitely anti-Semitism, but clicking on it doesn't mean I endorse it. It's
well,
just
actually, like means exactly that. When you like something, it means you like
Senator,
something.
every post since 2010, every comment, because I used to have like 10, 20 comments, I used to acknowledge it, to read it, but sometimes I would respond under it to oppose it. And there was a response here that wasn't translated by the media that says, you cannot say this in your country. It wasn't translated. And when I met with Senator...
But that's not disagreeing with the statement that all Jews are monkeys.
But let me be clear now, I disagree with that, and
But you didn't at the time.
You are making assumptions, sir.
No, I'm asking. I'm not making an assumption. That's a question.
I did disagree at the time, and I still disagree.
Did you disagree publicly? Did you say a word of disagreement, or was your only public statement a like, which is the universal method of saying you like something and agree with it?
Everybody who asked me, I told them it doesn't mean I endorse it. It's just acknowledging reading it, but I am opposing that, and I make it clear now. I passed a resolution to condemn anti-Semitism in all forms or shape.
So... you mentioned earlier that the posts were in Arabic and they haven't been translated right. I have in my hands right now one of those Arabic posts on August 13th, 2020, and I have the English translation. Among other things, you talk about individuals who died in Egyptian prisons, and you said, quote, "They die to be etched on the pages of history, stained in positions that inspire generations and make millions of Brotherhood fans exposed to a global demonic campaign and unprecedented demonic media infliction. I have only seen such situations in the martyr Saddam Hussein and his companions. May God have mercy on them."
Thank you, Senator, for that question. I was talking about standing firm for the cause of a person. Doesn't mean I agree with him. I am a strong advocate of democracy in the Middle East. Yes, I was against the military coup, and I believe in democracy. That's the best value that we have, and we want everybody to enjoy that value in the Middle East. So I was advocating for democracy in the Middle East. Doesn't mean that I support certain group, but I support democracy. And
well, as I said, I think your longstanding views are directly contrary to the views and positions of President Trump and to the position of the United States. I, for one, am not going to be able to support your confirmation. I want to enter into the record this post in both the Arabic and English translation. I ask that it be entered into the record.
It'll be entered into the record without objection.
Look, I think the facts here are quite clear, and your longstanding position is directly contrary to that of the President's.
Senator, if confirmed, I will be implementing President Trump's policies with no objections. Thank you.
I want to thank all of you for your patience today, your participation, the answers that you provided to the committee. Before closing, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to add any letters of support the committee may have received to the record, and those will be admitted into the record without objection. The hearing stands adjourned.
This hearing will come to order. Today we meet to hear from U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. about President Trump's 2026 health care agenda. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. While I expect a spirited debate today, I would remind my colleagues that each senator is limited to 5 minutes, and we're going to try to keep that as tight as we can today. There's 27 of us, and we all probably are going to want to have our opportunity. At the end of the 5-minute time frame, I will gently tap the gavel if it appears that things are starting to lapse over, and encourage my colleagues and our witness to conclude their remarks at the conclusion of this time. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy have made a steadfast commitment to make America healthy again. Under this administration, HHS has placed patients at the center of the healthcare system, empowering them with the tools and information they need to create a healthier future. We know that chronic diseases such as heart disease and cancer and diabetes are some of the leading causes of death in America. Now the department has a renewed focus on tackling the root causes of chronic disease and promoting prevention first. I look forward to exploring ways that the federal government can further align payment incentives to support healthy living and fight chronic disease. The administration has also prioritized efforts to end waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal health care programs, including through eligibility and enrollment verification. This critical work is not just about saving taxpayer dollars. It's about restoring trust and ensuring vital programs like Medicare and Medicaid are sustainable for generations to come. In July, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, CMS, announced that the agency identified 2.8 million Americans who were simultaneously enrolled in multiple Medicaid or Affordable Care Act exchange plans. Stopping this duplicate enrollment while working with states to ensure that individuals do not inappropriately lose coverage has the potential to save taxpayers $14 billion annually. CMS has also taken steps to provide states with additional immigration information to verify eligibility for federal health care programs. Preserving lifelines like Medicaid for those who are legally entitled under the law will ensure long-term sustainability. Congress has bolstered these efforts by passing the One Big Beautiful Bill. This bill enacts common sense reforms to reduce improper payments and brings needed personal accountability to the Medicaid program. These reforms will protect Medicaid and refocus the program on the most vulnerable patients, those whom the program was intended to serve. The OBBA also created the Rural Health Transformation Program, the single largest investment in rural health care in decades, to help stabilize and modernize the rural health delivery system throughout our country. These accomplishments reflect a vision for a healthcare system that is proactive, efficient, and patient-centered. While many of the issues discussed today may be partisan in nature, this committee has a deep history of bipartisan healthcare accomplishments. I remain committed to partnering with this administration and Ranking Member Wyden to enact policies that realign incentives in the prescription drug supply chain, expand access to telehealth, and ensure long-term stability in our physician payment system. Mr. Secretary, I look forward to hearing from you today about the administration's efforts to make America healthy again, and how we can continue to work together to achieve this shared goal. Thank you very much. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the committee gathers today, the United States is in the midst of a health care calamity, the largest cuts to American health care in the history of our nation, and they are approaching like an avalanche. Last week, most of the senior leadership at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention were fired or they resigned after refusing to bow to Robert Kennedy's unceasing crusade against vaccines. I traveled across Oregon last month, and the message was the same from one end of the state to the other. Families are confused. They're scared about who to trust about their health care. Robert Kennedy and Donald Trump have done so much to feed that mistrust. This morning, my staff, in partnership with Senator Alsobrooks' team, is releasing a report that shows the disaster of Robert Kennedy's 203 days in office. Every single day, there's been an action that endangers the health and wellness of American families. Robert Kennedy has elevated conspiracy theorists, crackpots, and grifters to make life or death decisions about the health care of the American people. Robert Kennedy's tenure is so far marked by 3 calling cards. One is chaos at federal health agencies, leaving families, doctors, and the entire nation confused and frightened. Corruption that benefits Robert Kennedy, Donald Trump, and their friends at the expense of taxpayers, and higher health costs for families. I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to enter this report into the record.
Without objection.
Then there's chaos. It's been obvious from the start that Robert Kennedy's primary interest is to take vaccines away from Americans. During his confirmation process, he claimed to be pro-safety and pro-science, but his actions reveal a steadfast commitment to elevating junk science and fringe conspiracies. His agenda has not been about choices and information for families. Just last week, he threatened doctors that deviated from the new anti-science vaccine guidelines he released that make it harder for pregnant women and children to get the COVID vaccine. And then there's corruption. Robert Kennedy's bizarre statements and actions beg the question, why? Democrats on this committee answered that question months ago. Robert Kennedy can enrich himself and his allies. His family still stands to gain from class action lawsuits against vaccine makers. Now, Robert Kennedy fired every member, every single one of the group responsible for making vaccine recommendations to doctors across the country under the false pretense of conflicts of interest. Meanwhile, many of the new members of the panel are outright vaccine deniers who've appeared as paid witnesses in lawsuits against vaccine makers. Their conflicts of interest and ethics disclosures remain hidden under lock and key. On top of all this bedlam in American health care, just 2 months ago, Donald Trump signed into law the largest health care cuts in American history to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest people and massive corporations in our country. Republicans know these cuts are going to hit communities like a wrecking ball. That's why they pushed the most severe cuts until after the election. That's why their members already introduced bills to roll back some of the cuts. Make no mistake, though, those cuts are being felt right now. We're seeing hospitals in Idaho cutting payments, hospitals and nursing homes. Providence Seaside Hospital in Oregon announced they're shutting down their labor and delivery unit. Every family is going to feel the burden of Trump care in America. Premiums are going to spike next year, especially for those who buy health insurance on their own, but the effects will be felt by those who get insurance also through an employer. Congress has an opportunity to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits that lower the cost of premiums. Democrats are ready to pass an extension that stops a dramatic premium spike that would force many families to pay double what they do today. Instead of finding ways to help American families pay less for health care, Robert Kennedy is focused on his anti-vaccine mission, fueled by some kind of complex that the consequences be damned. Amid this litany of corruption and chaos, the one point I have to underline is Robert Kennedy puts children in harm's way every single day in America. To my Republican colleagues, I must ask, what line must Robert Kennedy cross before some of you will also join this alarm? This weekend, under the cover of darkness, Robert Kennedy attempted to disappear hundreds of children under his care at Office of Refugee Resettlement facilities. These children here without parents or family were rounded up in the middle of the night and put on planes to Guatemala. Lawyers on the ground described unthinkable scenes. Our staff, some who are here today, were party to this in the middle of the night. And one child said to their lawyer, "Why do they want to send me back? My mom is dead and my dad abuses me. Why do they want to hurt me?" This was an actual conversation. These actions were illegal. Documents show that many of these children were in the country to escape trafficking in their homeland. Mr. Kennedy calls himself a protector of children. Some kind of rich claiming from somebody who's flown on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet on multiple occasions. I don't think Robert Kennedy should be within a million miles of this job. Republicans on the committee had a chance to prevent the public health train wreck that Mr. Kennedy has engineered. Everyone voted for him. It is in the country's best interest that Robert Kennedy step down, and if he doesn't, Donald Trump should fire him before more people are hurt by his reckless disregard for science and the truth. I also would like to note Senator Cantwell has joined us in this effort. I hope, at the very least, Robert Kennedy has the decency to tell the truth this morning. Mr. Chairman, I have a procedural request I'd like to make at this time. It's a short one.
Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's unfortunate that I have to say this, but this is a witness who has lied to members of the Senate Finance Committee. In response to over 35 written questions, including from me, he said, and I quote, that he would do nothing as HHS Secretary that makes it difficult or discourages people from taking vaccines. That was clearly not true. His unprecedented unilateral actions to restrict access to COVID vaccines, that alone proves it. He tried to fire the Senate-approved CDC director after she chose the truth over what I consider his delusions. His prepared testimony even today includes the debunked lie that 500,000 children disappeared under the Biden administration's watch, a lie that the Trump administration is using as a pretext to hunt immigrant children and their families. So, my request, Mr. Chairman, and I think it is unfortunate that I have to do this, but given the unprecedented nature of the witness's behavior, I would ask now that the committee formally swear in Robert Kennedy as a witness.
Senator Wyden, I will personally object and will reject your request. We will treat this witness as we treat all of the other administration witnesses who come before us. And let me just say again, as I said in my opening remarks, we will have some partisan disagreements today. We're having partisan disagreements right now, and I am having partisan disagreements with you on your characterization of the facts. The bottom line is we will let the Secretary make his own case in his opening statement.
I'll only say, Mr. Chairman, that this committee's unwillingness to swear this witness is basically a message that it is acceptable to lie to the Senate Finance Committee about hugely important questions like vaccines. I think it's a great mistake, and that's why I've made the request. I understand that you're not going to grant it, and we can move on.
We'll get to the bottom of your accusations, but at this point, I'm going to turn to our witness, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. And Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Secretary, you may make your opening statement at this time.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo, and thank you, Ranking Member Wyden, for the invitation to appear before the committee today. Before I summarize what we've accomplished this year at HHS, I want to express my deepest condolence to the family of DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose, who gave his life to stop the gunfire attack on the CDC on August 8th. Officer Rose was a veteran. He was a husband and the father of 2 children. Officer Rose's widow, whom I visited, is expecting their 3rd child. I'd like Officer Rose's family to know that he remains in our prayers and that he will continue to be in our thoughts. Let me start with the big picture. Under President Trump's leadership, we at HHS are enacting a once-in-a-generation shift from a sick care system to a true health care system that tackles the root causes of chronic disease. Chronic disease has reached crisis proportions in our country. And finally, we have an administration that is taking action. The Maha Report assessment, which the White House released in May, was the first government analysis of the key drivers of childhood chronic disease: ultra-processed foods, chemical exposures, physical inactivity, and over-medicalization. This month, we will follow with the MAHA report strategy, the Trump administration's solution for addressing each cause. At HHS, we haven't just been writing reports. We have been the busiest, most proactive administration in HHS history. In just half a year, we've taken on food dyes, baby formula contamination, the grass loophole, fluoride in our drinking water, gas station heroin, electronic cigarettes, drug prices, prior authorization, information blocking.
The committee will come to order. I apologize to you for that outburst, Secretary Kennedy. I would notify everyone else in the audience. Comments from the audience are inappropriate. If there are any further disruptions, the committee will recess until the police can restore order. Mr. Secretary, please proceed.
As I was saying, prior authorization, information blocking, and healthcare interoperability. We're ending gain-of-function research, child mutilation, and reducing animal testing. We are addressing cell phone use in schools, excessive screen time for youth, the lack of nutrition education in our medical schools, sickle cell anemia, hepatitis C, the East Palestine chemical spill, and many, many others. At FDA, we are now on track to approve more drugs this year than at any time in history. I'm also proud to say that HHS under President Trump is doing more with less. We have taken measures to fight waste, fraud, and abuse. Just by eliminating duplicative enrollments in CMS, we are saving taxpayers $14 billion a year. Meanwhile, we are expanding access for people who need it. We are ending racist diversity, equity, and inclusion practices and instead focusing on aiding low-income and vulnerable families, regardless of their race, which was the original intent of Title X. We're also pouring $1 billion into Head Start and the Administration for Children and Families. Compassion need not be the casualty of efficiency. I'd like to highlight some issues that have not gotten media attention. First, we are doing our part to fulfill the President's commitment to stop human trafficking, especially of children. We inherited a terrible humanitarian crisis from the previous administration with its open border policies, which allowed the appalling loss of 476,000 unaccompanied children. We have implemented policies now to ensure that that appalling tragedy can never happen again. We have knocked on 82,000 doors and located 22,000 of those children. I promise you that we will do more in the next 3 years. We are also addressing the disastrous health conditions in tribal communities on Native American reservations. I've met face-to-face with tribal leaders in dozens of communities and tribes in Alaska, Arizona, Idaho, New Mexico, and elsewhere. And I look forward to making HHS resources more available to those communities. One of the most significant initiatives under President Trump is the Rural Health Transformation Fund, part of the President's Big Beautiful Bill, which will provide the greatest investment of federal money into rural health care in history. Finally, I would like to address the recent shakeups at CDC. These changes were absolutely necessary adjustments to restore the agency to its role as the world's gold standard public health agency with the central mission of protecting Americans from infectious disease. CDC failed that responsibility miserably during COVID, when its disastrous and nonsensical policies destroyed small businesses, violated civil liberties, closed our schools, caused generational damage in doing so, massed infants with no science, and heightened economic inequality. And yet all those oppressive and unscientific interventions failed to do anything about the disease itself. America is home to 4.2% of the world's population, yet we had nearly 20% of the COVID deaths. We literally did worse than any country in the world. And the people at CDC who oversaw that process, who put masks on our children, who closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And that's why we need bold, competent, and creative new leadership at CDC. People able and willing to chart a new course. As my father once said, progress is a nice word, but change is its motivator, and change has its enemies. That's why we need new blood at CDC. That's also why it's imperative that we remove officials with conflicts of interest and catastrophically bad judgment and political agendas. We need unbiased, politics-free, transparent, evidence-based science in the public interest. Those are the guiding principles behind the changes at the CDC, and that is what you can expect all across our agency for the next 3 years.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. I'll begin with the questioning. And one of the first things I'd like to talk to you about is actually something that is under the auspices of CMS. And I spoke with Dr. Oz last night about this. I'm sure you're very familiar with it, though. And that is that in the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's a lot of attacks right now going on publicly about hospitals are in trouble. And the blame for that is placed on the bill, even though the bill hasn't even been implemented yet. The fact is this committee held hearings on the troubles that rural hospitals are facing in the United States before the passage of the One Big Beautiful Bill. They've been facing difficulties in rural America for a number of years now. And the bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, contained a rural health transformation program, which I would just like to ask you to comment on. This is the program which allocated $50 billion over the next 5 years to our rural community hospitals in the United States to help them deal with some of the financial crises that they are facing and transition to more stability. Could you comment on that program that is in the One Big Beautiful Bill?
Yeah, Senator, one of President Trump's campaign promises and one of the principal preoccupations, not only of Republican senators when I did my confirmation hearing, but also almost equally among Democratic senators with this crisis in rural health. We've had 120 rural hospitals close over the past 10 years. These institutions are not just delivering health access to rural Americans, but they are economic centers, they are cultural centers for those communities. They are often the largest employer. They are the highest paying jobs, and they are the centerpiece for those communities. So when they die, the communities collapse. And President Trump promised to do something about that, and he has delivered on that promise. Right now, we spend about 6% of Medicaid funding is sent to rural hospitals, a very, very tiny slice, and that's one of the reasons they're in trouble. President Trump has now allocated through the One Big Beautiful Bill $50 billion, so $10 billion a year over the next 5 years. What we give to rural hospitals, that 6% represents $19 billion a year. So we're increasing that by $10 billion. So we're infusing more than 50% increase in the amount of money that is going to rural communities over the next 5 years. There's never been anything like that in history. It is the biggest investment, and it should stem this hemorrhage.
Well, thank you. And I appreciate your giving clarity to that, because it is frustrating to see these continuous allegations that the difficulties that our rural hospitals are facing all were created in the last few months when we passed a bill, when we've been holding hearings in this committee about these problems. And in the bill that we passed, we gave a $50 billion boost to, as you indicated, increase by 50% the federal support for our community rural hospitals in the United States. And I think that the hospital owners understand that. They recognize this support. In fact, they are coming they're coming together very carefully with Dr. Oz to work on the rollout of this program so that we can see this boost and this support that is coming. Just another one of the disagreements we have about what really was in the One Big Beautiful Bill. So I appreciate you commenting on that. In the last minute and 10 seconds that I have with you, could you just quickly talk once again about the broad issue of making America healthy again in terms of our aim to change the healthcare system's focus from a reactive symptom management model to one that focuses on lifestyle choices and the root causes of chronic disease?
Yes, Senator, you know, this morning I got the latest numbers from CDC that 76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease. This is stunning. When my uncle was president, it was 11%. 1950, it was 3%. Today, it's 76.4%. 8 out of 10 of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue. When my uncle was president, we spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion. It's the biggest cause, it's increasing. And all of the arguments that Republicans and Democrats have about single payer, Obamacare, or with various ways of allocate the health dollars, they're all like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. If we don't end this chronic disease, we are the sickest country in the world. That's why we have to fire people at CDC. They did not do their job. This was their job to keep us healthy.
Thank you,
and I need to fire some of those people to make sure this doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have to cut myself off to make sure I keep to this time frame too. Senator White.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've made it clear I think that Secretary Kennedy is dead set on making it harder for children to get vaccines and that kids are going to die because of it. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to put in the record today an op-ed written by Susan Monarez, who was fired by Mr. Kennedy.
Without objection.
So what we know, and Dr. Monarez, was approved by Republicans. She wrote an op-ed today in the Wall Street Journal, which I've just put in the record, and I quote her. She said, "I was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel newly filled with people who have publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric." So this is not some liberal philosopher or something. This is the CDC director who tells the Wall Street Journal, which is not exactly interested in progressive, theories and the like, that she was told to pre-approve the recommendations of a vaccine advisory panel filled with people who've publicly expressed anti-vaccine rhetoric. So my first question, Mr. Secretary, is did you in fact do what Director Monarez said you did, which is tell her to just go along with vaccine recommendations even if she didn't think such recommendations aligned with scientific evidence?
No, I did not.
That's a yes or no. So you have an opportunity to call her a liar if you say that you didn't do it, but I'd like to see you respond to this.
No, I did not say that to her. And I never had a private meeting with her. So there are witnesses to every meeting that we have, and all of those witnesses will say, I never said that.
So she's lying today to the American people in the Wall Street Journal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk now about what's coming up, because I've made it clear what I've thought about the 203 days with my colleague, Senator Also Brooks. In 2 weeks, CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet to make decisions about critical vaccines that protect us against hepatitis B, measles, and more. The committee's got a profound impact on vaccine access, but these aren't ordinary meetings. You've stacked the deck to ensure the panel bends to your views. In June, you fired all 17 committee members who are respected scientists and doctors. You replaced them with non-experts, vaccine skeptics, and conspiracy theorists. As a result, this critical advisory panel has lost scientific credibility. After years, colleagues, we spend so much time not looking at this as Democrats and Republicans, but it's good science and scientific, credibility. And now the American Academy of Pediatrics has warned that the committee is being politicized at the expense of children's health. American Academy of Pediatrics, you think they're lying too?
I think the American Academy of Pediatrics is gravely conflicted. They get their biggest contributors are the 4 largest vaccine makers. They run a journal, Pediatrics, which they make a lot of money on, that is completely dependent on pharmaceutical companies. So I wouldn't put a big stake in what they say that benefits pharmaceutical interests. Senator, I didn't politicize ACIP. I depoliticized it. The Congress has been investigating ACIP.
All over the country, Mr. Secretary, scientists and doctors are saying otherwise. They're all wrong, too. They're all lying, according to you.
The scientists and doctors are supporting me all over the country. There is division on opinion.
I don't get letters from thousands of people who are not political saying that this set of changes is going to damage American healthcare, and particularly these healthcare agencies, for decades to come. I don't get any letters from people saying, hey, this is going to make a big difference forever.
Maybe you're listening to a selective group of people.
Well, you get me some.
Yeah, and I will.
Fine.
I will tell you what, Senator. I will put my mailbag against your mailbag any day of the week.
I got 30 seconds. Dangerous respiratory viruses like RSV are on the agenda for the next advisory meeting. Countless parents have been awakened in the dead of night by a wheezing kid gasping for air, forced to rush their little one to the ER. There's no worse heart-wrenching fear. The RSV vaccine offers these kids protection against the worst effects of the virus. But now it looks like you're on a crusade to make infants and babies more vulnerable to the terrible illness. That's what we're doing with the COVID changes.
And please make your answer brief, Mr. Secretary.
I've said that
position is indefensible. I think it's possible.
Congress has been investigating that committee for 23 years because it is pervaded with conflicts of interest. What we did is we got rid of the conflicts of interest and we depoliticized it and put great scientists on it from a very diverse group.
Let me close with
very pro-vaccine.
Let me close with this because, like Senator Crapo, I'm a few seconds over. I don't think, Mr. Secretary, this is about you and me. This is about kids being pushed in harm's way by reckless and repeated decisions to get scientists and doctors out of the way and allow conspiracy theories to dictate this country's health policy. I don't see any evidence that you have any regrets about anything you've done or plans to change it. And my last comment is, I hope that you will tell the American people how many preventable child deaths are an acceptable sacrifice for enacting an agenda that I think is fundamentally cruel and defies common sense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do I get a reply? Or Senator, you've sat in that chair for how long? 20, 25 years, while the chronic disease in our children went up to 76%. And you said nothing. You never asked the question why it's happening. Why is this happening? Today, for the first time in 20 years, we learned that infant mortality has increased in our country. It's not because I came in here. It's because of what happened during the Biden administration that we're going to end.
I'm going to let Senator Wyden respond briefly to that, and then we're not going to go over like we just did.
Defend this committee on a bipartisan basis. Colleagues, my cabinet secretary says that we have no interest in chronic care. Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Chairman, could we have regular order, please?
We are in the process of turning around the Medicare program with the chronic care bill that Chairman Hatch, when he was chairman, and this committee put together on a bipartisan basis.
All right, we're going to proceed. And I just want the rest of the members to know, I gave Senator Wyden as ranking member some leeway there, but we're going to stick to the 5 minutes. Senator Grassley.
First of all, thank you. I have asked HH secretaries in the past to fully utilize the Rural Community Hospital Demonstration Program under Medicare. The program has been underutilized. In May, the CMS filled the open slots. Thanks to your agency's work, there's been 10 more rural hospitals in the program. It's important that the federal government uses every tool possible to help rural hospitals, and thank you for making that possible. Now to my questions. Back in January, during your confirmation hearing, you told me that you agreed to leave farming regulations to the Department of Agriculture and EPA. Do you think that any comments you have made since your confirmation on topics dealing with agriculture are consistent with what you said in January, that USDA and EPA ought to be regulating farming, and that the Department of Health and Human Services should not seek to regulate farms, the tools they use, or the markets that they sell into?
Yes, Senator, we are working very, very closely with Brooke Rollins and with the agricultural community. We've met with over 140 farm interests over the past 3 months to incorporate them to make sure that the MAHA agenda is consistent with their agenda. We are producing the best food in America, that we're protecting our soils and our soil microbiome, and that we're protecting all kinds of farmers, including those who want to transition to regenerative agriculture. We're consulting every stakeholder in the farm community in everything that we do.
I just raised the question because farmers in my state have been concerned about some of the things you're saying.
Senator, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. Some of the farmers in my state have been raising questions about some of the things that they think you said, whether it was out of context or not. I just thought I'd raise this question so that you would keep by what you told us back in January at your confirmation hearing. Now, Senator Durbin and I have a bipartisan bill that requires price disclosures on TV ads. Price transparency is important in drug advertisement. I know that President Trump, Vice President Vance, and you are all supportive of this effort. When can I expect action from this administration on requiring drug companies to publish the price of drugs in their TV ads? And just in case you would tell me that you don't think you have that authority, can you help Senator Durbin and I on our bill so that we can ensure that you have legal authority to require price disclosure?
Senator, I think it would be good for us to talk about this offline. We are working on this in our agency, and I'm happy to give you the details of what we're doing.
Okay. I got a question here on transplant. Senator Kennedy and I have been working, or Senator Wyden and I have been working on this. For nearly 2 decades, I've engaged in a bipartisan oversight of the organ transplant system. RISA has developed a tool to combat transplant line skipping. I hope that you can take steps to make sure that these steps are being taken by HHS and ERISA to curb transplant line skipping. On July the 2nd, Senator Wyden and I wrote you a letter highlighting cases of OPOs in Mississippi and Kentucky. In each of these cases, OPO allegedly tried to harvest organs from patients still showing signs of life. I expect you to take steps through these organizations to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
We have mounted a major investigation of misconduct, of illegal behavior, of organ harvesting, of living people, of line skipping, of favoritism, of all kinds of scandalous behavior inside the organ procurement organizations. We have already ended the contract, terminated the contract to the sole source provider. We are reorganizing the entire industry so that this can never happen again. I'm happy to go into the details with you if I had more time.
Thank you. Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Secretary, the United States spends approximately 18% of our GDP on health care, and yet by most accounts, we rank roughly 10th in the world in terms of health care outcomes. Our Democratic colleagues seem to think the more money you spend, you're necessarily going to improve those outcomes. But at the same time, we have the two major drivers of our national debt, Social Security and Medicare, while we spend more money on interest on the national debt than we do on defense of the nation, which is an unsustainable trajectory. What is it that you're doing to address the effectiveness and the outcomes of our health care expenditures as opposed to just throwing more money at the problem?
Yeah, I mean, throwing money at the problem does not work. We spend 2 to 3 times per capita what European nations spend on health care, and we have the worst health outcomes. We're 79th in health outcomes globally. Over the past 20 years, we've lost, or 30 years, we've lost 6 years to Europe in terms of longevity. So our lifespan was even with Europe's, now at 6 years behind. As I said as I remarked to Chairman Wyden this morning, or Minority Leader Biden, today we got new data that showed that infant mortality has increased in this country in 2024 for the first time in 20 years. Diabetes has gone up 98% in 20 years. Nobody's doing anything about it. CDC's job was to make sure that this didn't happen. And what we're going to do is reorganize CDC, but also we've already righted the ship at NIH, at FDA, at CMS. And we are going to end the chronic disease epidemic. We are devoting thousands of studies. We're going to devote to identifying the causes, and we're eliminating them. And we're already starting. We're not waiting for everything to come in. We are starting now. We're doing this with food dyes, with GRAS standards, with dietary guidelines. We're going to get better food and better health to the American public because it's chronic disease that is bankrupting us and destroying our national security.
It seems to me one of the biggest problems that we have in America today is the trustworthiness of the information that we actually receive from the news media and from any other source. And obviously, the easiest thing for our Democratic colleagues to do is to scare people because that is a powerful emotion, no matter what the facts may be. Do you believe COVID-19 was politicized?
Yeah, the whole process was politicized. Senator, I mean, we were lied to about everything. We were lied to about natural immunity. We were lied to about, we were told again and again the vaccines would prevent transmission, they'd prevent infection. It wasn't true. They knew it from the start it wasn't true because that's what the animal studies and the clinical trials showed. We were told that there was science behind cloth masks. The CDC allowed the teachers union to write the order closing our schools, which hurt working people all over the country, and then pretend it was science-based. All of these issues, and then I can show you, like, for example, Chairman Wyden was talking about me politicizing ACIP, but during COVID, probably the most famous scientist on ACIP was Martin Kulldorff from Harvard, the great world-renowned epidemiologist and vaccinologist. And he criticized the COVID booster mandates. They ejected him from COVID because he wasn't in the orthodoxy. The two biggest health officials at FDA during COVID, Dr. Gruber and Dr. Krause, criticized the Biden mandates, vaccine mandates. President Biden said in August, I would never take that vaccine, the Trump vaccine. And he came in, he mandated it, and then he fired the 2 top health officials at FDA who said, hey, this thing has not been properly tested. So the whole process was politicized, and even today.
So let me, in 15 seconds, so I think you answered yes. It was politicized. And I have concerns that when you look at some of the conflicts of interest in peer-reviewed articles in professional journals, and when you point out that even some of the physician associations are conflicted because of the money they get from the pharmaceutical industry, are you committed to trying to make sure that we use the best science and separate and eliminate politics as much as possible?
That is what my job is. That's what my mission is. Eliminate the politics from science.
Senator Bennett.
Mr. Secretary, in June, you fired every member. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Secretary, may I have my time back, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Mr. Secretary, thank you for your attention. In June, you fired every member of the well-qualified panel that was charged with recommending vaccines to the CDC. No one in your job has ever fired every committee member all at once. That month, you told the American people that you were, quote, going to bring great people onto the ACIP panel, not anti-vaxxers. Are you aware that one of the people you put on the panel, Dr. Robert Malone, claimed that the commonly used mRNA vaccine, quote, causes a form of AIDS and can damage children's, quote, brains, their heart, their immune system, and their ability to have children in the future? Yes or no, Mr. Kennedy?
And Dr. Malone is one of the inventors.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Were you aware that he had that view when you appointed him to this panel?
Dr. Malone is one of the inventors. As I said, Dr. Malone is one of the inventors of the mRNA vaccine, so he knows a lot more about it than I do.
Mr. Chairman, that statement is not true that Dr. Malone made, just as it wasn't true when you wrote that, quote, African AIDS is entirely different from Western AIDS. Are you aware that another one of these new members, Dr. Levy, wrote that, quote, evidence is mounting and indisputable that mRNA vaccines cause serious harm, including death, especially among young people? Yes or no? Are you aware that he said that?
I wasn't aware he said it, but I think I agree with it.
You agree with it? It's not true. It wasn't true when he said it, and it's not true when you said it. Secretary Kennedy, later this month, your new panel will meet to consider changing vaccine recommendations for American children. In addition to the COVID-19 vaccines, they are set to review recommendations for the hepatitis B vaccine, for measles, for mumps, for rubella and varicella vaccine, and the RSV vaccine. These are common back-to-school vaccinations for children all over the industrialized world. If you change that, you owe parents in Colorado and across the country the benefit of some transparency, I think. If your panel recommends changing the vaccine schedule for children, do you anticipate that fewer children will receive these common vaccinations, yes or no?
What I would say, Senator,
the obvious answer is yes. Should parents and schools of Colorado be prepared for more measles outbreaks as a result of that, Mr. Secretary?
Senator,
how about more mumps outbreaks?
I do not anticipate a change in the MMR vaccine. ACIP is an independent panel. So
well, it's a panel you just put those folks on. Far from what you said, they're people with ideas that are completely outside the mainstream.
You mean out of the pharmaceutical paradigm?
Let me just say, Mr. Secretary, all these vaccines that we're talking about today are free and accessible to parents today in America who have the freedom to be able to make that choice for their children. Will that be true after your handpicked panel makes their judgments about these vaccines?
I think that parents should be free to...
I know you said that before. I do too.
To make their own choices.
So will they be just as free after these?
I assume they will be.
I will hold you to that, Secretary Kennedy, because this is not a podcast. It is the American people's health that's on the line here. This is the last thing, by the way, our parents need when their kids are going back to school, is to have the kind of confusion and expense and scarcity that you're creating as a result of your ideology. I think it's critical for you to share the evidence that this panel will rely on. Will you give the American people 6 months or 6 weeks in advance the record that they're going to rely on to make these decisions? Will you make it transparent for the American people?
All the evidence is transparent.
Will you make it in advance transparent for the American people so they can comment on it?
All the evidence is transparent for the first time in history, and you were never there complaining when the pharmaceutical companies were picking those people and then running their products through with no safety testing.
You can characterize it any way you want. I quoted them today. What I said was accurate. What you said were lies. You described people moving the Titanic.
Senator, are you saying that the mRNA vaccine has never been associated with myocarditis or pericarditis in teenagers?
I am simply.
Is that what you're trying to tell us?
I am simply trying to say that the people that you have put on that panel, after firing the entire.
You're evading the question.
No, I'm asking the questions here,
You're
Mr. Kennedy.
evading that question.
I'm asking the questions,
I
Mr.
asked
Kennedy.
you a question.
I'm asking the questions for Mr. Kennedy on behalf of parents and schools and teachers all over the United States of America who deserve so much better than your leadership. That's what this conversation is about, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, they deserve the truth, and that's what we're going to give them for the first time in the history of that agency.
Senator Cassidy.
Thank you. I'll try and restore a little calm here. And I'm approaching this as a doctor, not as a senator. I am concerned about children's health, seniors' health, all of our health. And I applaud you for joining the president in a call for radical transparency. Thank you for that. I said yesterday, I believe it, that President Trump deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed. If he had been President Obama, he would have gotten it. But because of Operation Warp Speed, forcing the federal government to come to a vaccine development within 10 months when others said it couldn't be done, we saved millions of lives globally, trillions of dollars. We reopened economies, an incredible accomplishment. Mr. Secretary, do you agree with me that the president deserves a Nobel Prize for Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. That was phenomenal.
Let me ask you, but you just told Senator Bennett that the COVID vaccine killed more people than COVID.
Wait,
that was a statement.
I did not say that.
Okay, then let me ask, because you also were
Senator, I just want to make clear, I did not say that.
We'll check the record. That's a question of fact. You also said that you were also, as lead attorney for the Children's Health Defense, you engaged in multiple lawsuits attempting to restrict access to the COVID vaccine. Again, it surprises me that you think so highly of Operation Warp Speed when, as an attorney, you attempted to restrict access. Now, let me ask.
I'm happy to explain why.
I had 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. It also surprises me because you've canceled, or HHS did, but apparently under your direction, $500 million in contracts using the mRNA vaccine platform that was critical to Operation Warp Speed. Again, an accomplishment that I think President Trump should get a Nobel Prize for. You canceled $500 million in contracts. Now, I grew up in a middle-class family, so $500 million seems, just to cancel, it seems like an incredible waste of money. But it also seems like a commentary upon what the president was attempting, what the president did in Operation Warp Speed, which is to create a platform by which to create vaccines. So this just seems inconsistent that you would agree with me the president deserves a tremendous amount of credit for this.
Is this a question, Senator Cassidy, or is this a speech that you don't want me to answer? Because I want to answer that question.
Please.
If it's a question.
But be tight, please.
First of all, the reason that Operation Warp Speed was genius is it did something nobody had ever been done. I don't think any president but President Trump could do it. It got the vaccine to market that was perfectly matched to the virus at that time when it was badly needed, because there was low natural immunity and there were people getting very badly injured by COVID. But it was also brought in therapeutics like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin and protocols for treatments. And there were no mandates. And then
Okay, I have another question, so please, about 15
that's when I began litigating against President Biden's mandates. Now,
I'm sorry, let me go on because
in
because
terms
you've
of
covered
me
the mandates
canceling those
before.
contracts,
I have limited time, Mr. Secretary, I'm sorry. You've called for, and rightly so, that we should restrict participation in agencies for those with conflict of interest. I would like to submit for the record a evaluation of the conflict of interest of those who are on the ACIP and the Vaccines and Related Biologic Products Advisory Board. It was not 97% as alleged, rather it was 6.9%, and it was 1.2%, I think, for the other panel.
Without objection.
Now, I am concerned, though, because many of those whom you have nominated for the ACIP board,
Senator,
excuse me, can I have my time back?
Yes.
Yeah. What I am concerned about is that many of those whom you've nominated for ACIP have received revenue as serving as expert witnesses for plaintiffs' attorneys suing vaccine makers. Now, one of my colleagues in another setting alleged that you seem more interested in settlements than science. If we put people who are paid witnesses for people suing vaccines, that actually seems like a conflict of interest. Real quickly, do you agree with that?
no, I don't. It may be a bias, and that bias, if disclosed, is okay. But it's not a financial.
If the bias is disclosed, they are expert witnesses.
It's not a financial conflict of interest.
Let me finish up. You also told Senator Wyden at the outset that you didn't want to take vaccines away from people. And as I conclude, I would like to say this. Because of the conflicting recommendations made about COVID. This is from Eric Erickson, good conservative out of Atlanta, Georgia, occasionally gives me hell. My wife has stage 4 lung cancer. She is one of the people the COVID vaccine actually helps. Thanks to the current mess at HHS, CVS is unable to get her vaccine. Secondly, an email from a physician friend of mine. Hey, Bill, I'm not even sure what I'm asking you, but we're all confused and concerned about who can get the COVID vaccine. We are having our attorney try and render an opinion, but there's no firm guidance and concern about liability if vaccines are given to a patient who requests it, but not on the current CDC list. Pharmacists are requiring a prescription now even for patients over 65, creating a huge headache. I submit these for the record.
Without objection.
I would say effectively we're denying people vaccine.
Senator Cantwell.
You're wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on that same line as Senator Cassidy, because that's exactly, I represent one of the most science-based states in the country. That is percentage of scientists per capita. And at your confirmation hearing, we asked about this, whether you would follow science. You've made a statement here today in your testimony that you would follow science, and yet you're not following science, and that's what Senator Cassidy's question was. It's a simple yes or no answer. Do you think the president deserves to get a prize for warp speed in the mRNA technology that saved so many lives? And you won't answer that question.
I answered it.
No, you're saying that there are problems with what was interpreted. You could say yes. Do you say yes?
I said the president also deserves a Nobel Prize, but our mRNA vaccines that we're working on, the ones that we canceled, which are for upper respiratory infections alone,
you canceled $500 million of research because the mRNA technology is about continuing the research to be ready for the next flu, influenza, the next pandemic, and you have to do the research.
I'm happy to have a detailed discussion with you about it. You're so wrong on your facts.
You're interrupting me, and sir, you're a charlatan. That's what you are. You're the ones who conflate chronic disease with the need for vaccines. The history on vaccines is very clear. This is the 20th century. That's how many people had vaccines and had illnesses. This is the 21st century. This is the decrease, 99% down to 100%. This is what was delivered with vaccines, and you don't want to support that. You don't want to support that evidence. So yes, the governors of the West, Washington, Oregon, and California, will take up the efficacy of science. Yes, the University of Washington will deliver the science that America will depend on, because you don't want to depend on it. And his own Surgeon General of the Trump administration said over 2 million lives were saved because of the mRNA technology, and you don't want to continue that. You don't want to continue that technology. So what country is going to now take up that technology lead? What country is going to do that, leaving us more vulnerable to some other country keeping the advantage on having the best technology? So I'm telling you, I represent a state that's about technology. I have two other quick questions for you.
These questions or statements? Because I can answer that question if it's actually a question.
Do you believe in having the ACA and the support for the ACA that is about to expire? Do you believe in doing something about that?
In terms of the enhanced premium tax credits?
Yes.
Well, the Democrats had two chances to make them permanent, and they didn't. And they didn't for a reason.
We're the ones who delivered it. So I'm just asking, yes or no, do you want to do something about this? Yes or no?
I want to fix the system, and that's what we're doing, fixing systematically to make premiums lower. That's what President Trump wants to do.
Do you think the women on the steps of the Capitol were a hoax yesterday?
I don't know about any women on the steps of the Capitol.
The women who were talking about Epstein, do you think they were a hoax yesterday?
Do I think they were?
Do you think they were perpetrating a hoax yesterday?
Perpetuating a hoax?
Yeah.
I have no idea what they were saying. This is the first I'm hearing about it.
You're hearing about the women on the Capitol steps saying that they believe that the Epstein information should be made public? That's the first you're hearing about it? What I'm saying is you're perpetrating hoaxes. You, as this Secretary of Health. So you're undermining the whole healthcare delivery system, and you keep trying to point to chronic disease, but you're not putting solutions on the table to cover more Americans, and you're taking away the science and technology that has made us the leader that has saved, according to the first Trump administration Surgeon General, millions of lives, and you don't want to keep that going. So no, I don't support your continued efforts as Secretary, and I definitely think that our colleagues need to rally around science. If you want the Northwest to continue to lead on all innovation and all healthy people, okay, we'll do that. But it's a sad statement for the rest of America and America's leadership on technology. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Warner.
Mr. Secretary, I agree with a lot of my colleagues' statement. I actually had hoped I didn't support you. I thought taking on chronic illnesses was going to be important. I've got 2 kids, as we discussed when you met, that have chronic illnesses. I'm not sure that the focus on red dye and seed oils are going to fully solve that problem.
Of course they won't.
I would say this, that seems where your emphasis is. I want to go back to just, again, some basic facts. Do you accept the fact that 1 million Americans died from COVID?
I don't know how many died.
You're the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You don't have any idea how many Americans died from COVID?
I don't think anybody knows that because there was so much data chaos coming out of the CDC, and there were so many perverse incentives, and these are modeling
You don't know the answer of how many Americans died from COVID. This is the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Do you think the vaccine did anything to prevent additional deaths?
Again, I would like to see the data and talk about the data.
You have had this job for 8 months, and you don't know the data about whether the vaccine saved lives?
And that's the problem, is that they didn't have the data. The data by the Biden administration absolutely dismal.
So who is politicizing? You're saying the Biden administration politicized all the data? Go back to what Senator Cantwell just said.
They fired Dr.
Go to the Trump Surgeon General.
They fired Dr. Kraus. They fired all the people who questioned the orthodoxy. They fired Dr. Gruber, Dr. Kraus.
So, Mr. Chairman, the Secretary of Health and Human Services doesn't know how many Americans died from COVID. Doesn't know if the vaccine helped prevent any deaths. And you are sitting as Secretary of Health and Human Services? How can you be that ignorant? Like, You know, I remember when we went through the hearing with you, I asked you about community health centers. You didn't know what role they play. I've been visiting community. I'm glad you got to one, I think in April. I tell you what I hear on community health centers, they are terrified, with all due respect to my good friend, the chairman, of the big awful bill, because they are going to lose health care across the board. They already live in food deserts. They can't get to a nutritionist because Medicaid doesn't do enough reimbursement. If you're going to want Americans to get healthier, should they have access to nutritionists? Should they have access to good science about healthy food?
Absolutely.
Well, then how is that going to happen with the Medicaid cuts that are taking place?
There are no cuts to Medicaid.
Sir, that is an absurd. There is not a single, some of my Republican colleagues, but there is not a single study that does not, and I can tell you, I was in Franklin, Virginia a couple days ago. The rural hospital is going to close. The hospital system was so afraid they wouldn't even let me have the meeting there. But that rural hospital is going to close. And they are looking for where those folks are going to go. I mean, you're supposed to be doing health care policy, not being the doctor in residence for all of America. I hope I can just say, I'm still going to trust my doctor rather than your health advice.
Is that a problem with our thing?
And obviously, Tom Cotton's going to, who knows who he's going to trust. But let me go back to policy for a couple, so maybe we can lower the temperature a little bit. I got a bipartisan bill that would be a systemic fix, not a vote-buying mechanism when Medicaid's getting cut, what was put in on the rural hospitals. One of the things we could do, Mr. Secretary, is make sure that the folks who work in rural hospitals get an 80% reimbursement of what folks get in more urban centers. Would you support that legislation?
Are you talking about the area wage index?
I'm talking about the area wage index and moving that up to 80%, so there is actually ability to get rural providers.
President Trump supports that, and we support.
Do you support? You support. Good. So you will work with us to get that passed.
Yes.
That will increase costs on both Medicaid and Medicare. So you are committed to that. I appreciate that. What about Senator Wyden and I've got a bill because across America.
What about what?
Hospitals are shutting down on their OBGYN services. Try to have a baby. I don't know about in all of my other friend states, but in Southside Virginia, you can't find a hospital. Will you work with us to make sure that before OBGYN services are taken out of a rural hospital, there has to be a process and procedure?
I'm happy to work with you on that, Senator, meet with you and see if we can work with you on it. I don't know exactly what the issue is.
Well, again, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, who has said he doesn't know how many people died from COVID, doesn't know if the vaccine saved lives, doesn't understand the issue that OBGYN doctors are fleeing rural America because they can't afford it. And with the cuts that are coming up, it's going to be exponentially worse. I would invite you, sir, to come with me to a community health center in Virginia and hear what is on people's mind. They want to get healthier? Absolutely. Count me in. But they also don't want their basic health care removed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary, good to see you again. As I traveled around Oklahoma during August, it was great to be able to be home. I had several folks that contacted me, and we had some great meetings with some rural hospitals as well. They're looking forward to the $50 billion for the One Big Beautiful Bill that is targeting towards rural hospitals, starting with $10 billion next year. I know you're quickly getting all the instructions out on that. We know that's in process. It was good to be able to visit with them and be able to talk about that. They're very pleased. Thanks for the work you're doing on that. I also met with some of our groups that do incredible medical research on this. I know the NIH grants were held for a while and being studied. Those have been released, and grateful to be able to see that because there's some amazing medical research happening, including some longitudinal studies. They need those dollars released, so I appreciate y'all getting those released out there. I did hear from a lot of our folks, and I want to talk about one of these issues. From a lot of our hospitals, they immediately raised the issue of Medicare Advantage plans and how they're withholding payments, they're delaying payments back to hospitals, and a problem that's been for rural hospitals. I know y'all are working on that as well. We want to work with you on that. But you and I have spoken on the second issue on that, and it's the pharmacy benefit managers. During the confirmation process, it was interesting when you and I met in my office, you said every single senator brought up PBMs to you, and you made the statement during the confirmation process, this is an area that President Trump wants to take on, is the pharmacy benefit managers. This is unfinished business in this committee, but I wanted to just know, what is HHS doing at this point on the PBM issue in particular to make sure we're not driving out rural pharmacies, and what we can do to be able to make sure that's fair?
I mean, it's a priority for the president. He talks to me about it, I would say, at least once a week, sometimes at 11 o'clock at night. And we've met with the PBMs, and we are in talks with them. We're also in MFN talks with the pharmaceutical companies, who are also very interested in reducing the cut and getting transparency among the PBMs. And the PBMs have committed to us to transparency, to some protocol that will guarantee transparency. And then the part of the MFN negotiations would include direct-to-consumer marketing, which would eliminate the middleman. So I think we're doing a lot on PBMs.
Okay, that'd be very helpful to be able to see. It'd be very helpful for consumers across the country on this. You and I spoke as well, and you've made public statements on this, and the FDA commissioners made public statements on the issue of reviewing the safety issues of mifepristone. Your comments early on were every drug needs to be treated the same, needs to look at the same, and not have political biases and how things are actually examined. There were a lot of changes on the allocation of mifepristone for elective abortions under the Biden administration. It's now open to anyone without a prescription on it. You don't have to go through a doctor on it. There's all kinds of issues that are happening now on it. So the question was, you said that there would be a review on that just to be able to look at it, make sure we're following all safety protocols. Do you know a timing on that review?
I can't give you the exact timing. I talked to Marty McCary about it yesterday, and he said it is progressing apace. We're getting data in all the time, new data that we're reviewing. And we know that during the Biden administration, they actually twisted the data to bury one of the safety signals, with a very high safety signal, around 11%. So we're going to make sure that that doesn't happen anymore. We're producing honest science and gold standard science on that. I'll keep you abreast of where we are.
Thank you. Just go where the science leads on that. During the Biden administration, the Title X regulation that requires Title X family planning programs recipients to physically and financially separate from abortion activities, their Title X activities, and eliminate them promoting or providing abortion with those funds. That was flipped from the original Trump rule that was done under the first presidency. During a confirmation, you had committed to go back and look at that again and to be able to see. My question is, do you know the timeline for agency action for when that rule on Title X and the separation payments rule will be either reviewed or will actually be reinstated to the original Trump rule under his first presidency?
I don't know if they're I just don't know the answer to your question, whether they're actually reviewing the rule right now. I can tell you that the NGOs that have that issue, that refuse to separate their payments streams and separate their operations, are not getting funded.
Okay, well, that was an issue under the law when it first came out, to be able to keep those things separate on it. So look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Hassan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Secretary Kennedy. Just before I ask a question, I did want to note, in response to the Secretary's statement that the Trump administration wants to lower the cost of health insurance, that across the country right now, the median increase for commercial insurers that we're seeing this fall is 18%, just as families are struggling to make ends meet. Now, I want to follow up on a line of questioning that Senator Cassidy began. Mr. Secretary, President Trump said that the COVID-19 vaccine produced by Operation Warp Speed was, and these are the president's words, a monumental national achievement. Although I have strongly opposed many of President Trump's actions, I agree with him that Operation Warp Speed in 2020 was a monumental achievement. Unfortunately, you are undermining one of the president's biggest achievements, which, as the president said, saved millions of American lives. You even went as far as to call President Trump weak for this life-saving accomplishment. Last year, you tweeted that President Trump has a weakness for swamp creatures and that Operation Warp Speed was among, here's your quote again, the most devastating impact of President Trump's weakness. So, Mr. Secretary, was Operation Warp Speed a monumental national achievement, as President Trump said?
For the reason that I already said, and I assume you won't let me repeat, but I'm happy to if you want, yes, it was.
Good. Assuming it is a monumental achievement, you've said it was, is it true that, as President Trump has said, he saved millions of American lives with the COVID-19 vaccine? Because you've just expressed great confusion about that to Senator Warner.
The only confusion I express is exactly how many lives were saved. I don't think anybody knows that because of the data chaos.
So multiple studies have shown that the vaccine reduced infections and severe diseases and saved at least 3 million lives in the United States and millions more abroad in the first 2 years of the pandemic.
It's possible those are modeling studies.
I will also note, just as you've been talking about data and concern about it, the process for COVID vaccine approval was public, it was live streamed, and it was out in the open. Manufacturers and experts have publicly submitted data analysis, and when the FDA has asked for more, they've submitted more. They've done that for years, and the evidence is clear and supports what President Trump has said. The vaccine works, and it has saved millions of lives. Your own process, on the other hand, has not been transparent. You repeatedly choose to ignore data because it doesn't match your preconceived notions and lies. So you have said that the vaccine did save lives. You've said it was a monumental achievement. And given that, if you agree with President Trump that the vaccine saved millions of lives, why have you acted behind closed doors to overrule scientists and limit the freedom of parents to choose the COVID vaccine for their children? Why have you done that?
For the COVID vaccine, I was removed by FDA because there was the industry.
No, it was behind closed doors.
No, it's not
and scientists who said they wanted to brief you on the science, scientists who wanted to understand why the FDA, why you unilaterally changed the parameters for giving vaccines, making it possible now, to Senator Cassidy's colleagues' points, that they're going to have to go off-label.
This is crazy talk. You're just making stuff up.
To prescribe a vaccine for children. I'm not making things up. Do you know how the FDA approval process works and what happens?
Yeah, I know exactly.
Do you know what an off-label prescription is?
I know exactly how it works. I know exactly how it works.
So why behind closed doors?
It's not behind closed doors. The industry makes the studies, and they could not provide a study that said that it is effective for healthy kids.
So when have you produced the data that you relied on and that this FDA relied on to change those parameters? You did it behind closed doors.
No, the data is all public.
Now parents who decide that they do want their children to have
You're just making stuff up, Senator.
I'm not
You're
making
just
stuff
making stuff up.
You know, sometimes when you make an accusation, it's kind of a confession, Mr. Kennedy. So let's just settle with this. So here's what's going to happen. To Senator Warner's point, to the parents who are concerned all around the country, to people who want to get the COVID vaccine this fall, even if they're under 65, because the boosters have worked, there's been much less serious disease, people do not have the same level of threat and risk from COVID that they used to because of these vaccines. People who want to exercise their freedom of choice are being denied that.
No, they aren't. Everybody can get the vaccine.
Because you are citing data that you won't produce to the public.
You're just
and you are rejecting
You're
science.
making things up to scare people, and it's a lie.
With respect, I do not think I'm the one making things up.
You are
Thank you, Mr.
lying
Chair.
right now, Senator.
Senator Barrasso.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thanks for being with us today. I believe one of President Trump's greatest achievements was his bold and successful actions on COVID. When faced with a global pandemic, he didn't back down. He was determined to find a cure, and through Operation Warp Speed, a vaccine was developed that distributed quickly, safely, effectively, and I believe it saved many, many lives. I think it's a model of American ingenuity and public-private partnership. But this wasn't the first time an American president acted boldly to address disease and vaccines. There's a great book that's out. It's a prize-winning book called The Fate of the Day by Rick Atkinson, and he talks about the courageous efforts by George Washington. During the Revolutionary War, George Washington reversed his opposition to the smallpox vaccine, and he ordered that all the soldiers be vaccinated. It was among the most consequential decisions Washington would ever make. By protecting his troops from smallpox, Washington preserved the Continental Army, which allowed our nation to continue to fight for our independence. And like President Trump, I believe President Washington acted decisively to protect Americans' lives at a time of great national peril. So over the last 50 years, vaccines are estimated to have saved 154 million lives worldwide. I support vaccines. I'm a doctor. Vaccines work. Secretary Kennedy, in your confirmation hearings, you promised to uphold the highest standards for vaccines. Since then, I've grown deeply concerned. The public has seen measles outbreaks, leadership in the National Institute of Health questioning the use of mRNA vaccines, the recently confirmed director of Centers for Disease Control and Prevention fired. Americans don't know who to rely on. You know, recent polls said 89% of voters, 81% of Trump voters agree vaccine recommendations should come from trained physicians, scientists, public health experts. So, you know, they believe, you know, Senator Marshall, Senator Cassidy, they believe me when it comes to vaccines. If we're going to make America healthy again, we can't allow public health to be undermined. So could you explain what steps you're going to be taking to ensure vaccine guidance is clear, evidence-based, and trustworthy?
Yeah, we're going to make it clear, evidence-based, and trustworthy for the first time in history. For most, right now, you know, when I was a kid, I got 3 vaccines. I was fully compliant. Today's children have to get between 69 and 92 vaccines in order to be fully compliant, between maternity and 18 years. Only one of those 19 vaccines, 92 doses, only one of those vaccines has ever been tested against an inert placebo. And what we're doing now is any new vaccine that before it's approved and licensed will have to demonstrate safety against an inert placebo. And we're going to go back and do observational studies on the existing vaccines to see if they're linked to any of these chronic disease epidemics so that people can understand the risk profile of those products and make good assessments for their own health.
So in 2 weeks, vaccine experts at the CDC are going to meet to discuss childhood vaccine recommendations. Parents and physicians depend upon this guidance to make decisions and to keep kids safe. And as I said, I support vaccines. I've been hearing from many of my medical colleagues, people I've known from medical school, residency, and when I practiced medicine in Wyoming, and there are real concerns that safe, proven vaccines like measles, like hepatitis B, and others could be in jeopardy. And that would put Americans at risk and reverse decades of progress. As we've seen over the last 4 years, the previous administration 4 years, when recommendations became politicized or were swayed by bias, that the public trust can be lost. So what safeguards are in place to ensure decisions are based solely on science and not politics? And how are you going to make sure doctors and parents can count on CDC guidance?
I mean, Senator, I would point this out. Right now, there's only 10% of children are complying with the CDC's recommendation on COVID boosters. Only 15% of healthcare workers. So Americans have lost faith in CDC, and we need to restore that faith. And we're going to do that by telling the truth and not through propaganda, by making them understand that everything that we say is true, that we're going to tell them what we know, we're going to tell them what we don't know, and we're going to tell them what we're researching and how we're doing it, and we're going to be transparent. It's the only way to restore trust in the agency, by making it trustworthy.
Thank you. Finally, with chronic diseases, like you, I'm committed to addressing our nation's growing rate of chronic diseases. I think if we're going to make America healthy again, we need to support rural primary care providers that play a role. As a rural physician, I want to make sure we can prevent and manage chronic diseases in their communities, and I ask for you to continue to work with us specifically with regard to rural health.
Thank you, Congressman.
Senator Daines.
Chairman Crapo, thank you. Secretary Kennedy, welcome. It's good to see you here again. I want to begin my time by talking about the issue of federal deregulation of chemical abortion drugs. Since mifepristone was approved in 2000, 25 years ago, the FDA has steadily stripped away safeguards related to this drug, no longer requiring a doctor's prescription, no follow-up visits, no adverse event reporting, and now allowing it to be sent through the mail. Earlier this year, there was a new study that analyzed 865,000 real-world insurance claims, and it found that nearly 11% of women experienced a serious adverse event within 45 days of taking mifepristone. To put that in perspective, that is 22 times higher than the FDA's long-standing estimate of less than 0.5%. While these findings alone are shocking, my conversations with those in the medical profession, credible medical professionals, lead me to believe that even this study may indeed underrepresent the scale of the problem. For years, we've heard the misleading and frankly very harmful lie that's being sold to women that this drug is, and I quote, safe as Tylenol. These lies sadly have real-world consequences. Just last year, 2 women died as a result of taking chemical abortion pills because they were able to access them without appropriate medical oversight. And by the way, that's all allowed by the FDA. Mr. Secretary, I am grateful that you and FDA Commissioner McCary have already begun the process of reviewing this new data on the safety of mifepristone. We talked about this during your confirmation hearing. My question is, could you provide any updates on the status and the scope of that review and whether the FDA intends to replicate studies like the one that I referenced?
I think those are, I don't know if they're going to do an insurance claim study. That's one way to do it. I don't know exactly whether they're doing epidemiological studies or observational studies. I don't know exactly what they're doing, but I know I talked to Marty McCary about it yesterday, and he said those studies are progressing and that they're ongoing. So I will keep your office informed at every stage.
Thank you. And I've had a really constructive conversation with the FDA Commissioner as well, McCary, and I mean, here's a very smart, data-focused, sincere type of leader. And we had a really good conversation. I want to encourage those conversations with you, Mr. Secretary, and that there's a follow-up here to make sure that the data that we now have exposed will be studied by the FDA and the appropriate actions considered. Given the legitimate safety concerns surrounding mifepristone and your actions to roll back other COVID emergency measures, will you repeal the COVID-era telemedicine allowance, given that we're repealing these COVID-era regulations and emergency measures? Would you repeal the COVID-era telemedicine allowance for chemical abortion drugs and restore the requirement for an in-person doctor visit?
Senator, I need to get back to you on that. I don't know if the White House has yet taken a position on that, but we will get back to you this week about that.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I want to close with a quick Montana question. Earlier this week, the state of Montana submitted a Medicaid demonstration waiver application to CMS to strengthen the state's Medicaid expansion program. This waiver seeks to require community engagement and enhance cost sharing for working-age, able-bodied adults enrolled in the program. I applaud our governor, Gianforte, and Director Brereton for their proactive leadership in this space. My question is, Mr. Secretary, could you commit that CMS will work quickly in its consideration of Montana's waiver application?
Absolutely. It sounds like the kind of waiver that we're looking for.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Kennedy, first of all, thank you for your willingness to serve and for putting up with this abuse. 5 minutes is even close to refute all the falsehoods that have been confidently spewed during this hearing. We'll talk about real data here, okay? Well, first of all, thank you for breaking the logjam of information of HHS. My committee's got now over 8 million pages of information. Just in the first tranche, by the way, what we discovered is that the CDC, somebody in the federal health agencies, this interagency communication, hid the signal. They admitted there was a signal on myocarditis, and they hid it. They didn't warn the public. They didn't warn doctors. So that's just one instance of corruption and lies told by the CDC. We've got a lot of others we'll be rolling out, okay? So we held our first hearing in permanent subcommittee investigation on that hiding of the signal of myocarditis. We've heard a lot of studies, okay? As I've looked into science, it's been thoroughly corrupted. Here's data, and I'd like to enter this sheet into the record. I've been publishing this chart for, since really early 2021, when I'm on, for example, talk radio shows and they talk about this, they get deplatformed, or they were, because all the censorship during the Biden administration. Here's the facts. The VAERS system that was touted in October of 2020, this great safety surveillance, shows that there have been 38,742 deaths reported on VAERS worldwide associated with the COVID vaccine. 38,742. 9,252 of those deaths occurred on the day of vaccination within 1 or 2 days. Again, I agree with you. Nobody knows how many COVID deaths were because the information was completely corrupted. Nobody knows how many lives were saved by the COVID. Again, I think most people, okay, if you're vulnerable, raise your antibodies, reverse severity, fine. There's not any good study on that. There's just information out there, just claims being made. This is hard evidence. And certainly what I've been advocating for are the injection injured, the childhood vaccine injured. We're going to be holding a hearing next Tuesday on a study done by a high-integrity healthcare facility that shows, that actually looked at vaccinated versus unvaccinated, very high-quality study. I'm not going to steal the thunder of Aaron Seary, who's going to be testifying on this. I think you're aware of this study that shows the vaccinated population far more prone to chronic illness than people completely unexposed to vaccines. That is just one example of how science has been corrupted by the way, the study was conducted, and when they conducted this, oh no, no matter what the results are, we're going to release this. They got the results in 2000. It is yet to be released. We're going to enter that in the record on Tuesday. Do you want to just talk about what you've witnessed in terms of the capture of the agencies that you're now in charge of, the corruption of science, which I believe you just said, that is almost your number one goal, right, is try to bring integrity and credibility back to science, which has been corrupted by the people who pay for it, by federal health agencies being captured by pharmaceutical industries, by big pharma, by big food. Just, I want to give you, I'm sorry, just the last minute to, first of all, defend yourself, but talk about the corruption of science that you're having to deal with and trying to correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just tell you one example, and I could sit here and give you thousands. But in 2002, CDC did an internal study of Atlanta and Fulton County, Georgia children and looked at children who got the MMR vaccine on time and compared those to kids who got them later. So in other words, kids who got them before 36 months and kids who got them afterward. The data from that study showed that black boys who got the vaccine on time had a 260% greater chance of getting an autism diagnosis than children who waited. The chief scientist on that, Dr. William Thompson, the senior vaccine safety scientist at CDC, was ordered to come into a room with 4 other co-authors by his boss, Frank DiStefano, who's the head of the immunization safety branch, and ordered to destroy that data. And then they published it without that fact. So you know that story, I know that story, and you know of hundreds of stories like that. It happens all the time. We are being lied to by these agencies, and we're going to change that right now.
The letter I received from the Oshkosh business, it would be out of business because of the 50 employee mandate. It's going to be out of business. I just want to enter that in the record as well.
Without objection. The committee will take a 5-minute quick break here just to allow just a moment of reset here, and then we'll start right back up again in about 5 minutes. Thank you to everyone. Committee is returning back from recess on this. Senator Whitehouse is recognized for questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to talk to you about Rhode Island. When you were last sitting there, here's what I said to you. I want to read it back to you because I want it to sink in. CMS has for years maintained a reimbursement system that the bureaucracy could never explain, never justify, that persistently pays Rhode Island providers less than neighboring Massachusetts and Connecticut providers, a difference of 23 and 26% in our regional healthcare market. Rhode Island's healthcare system is bleeding out because we aren't paid what neighboring hospitals and doctors are paid. And the one act that CMS took on this issue years ago was to make it worse. I raised that with you then. I've raised it since with Dr. Oz. I've raised it with CMMI Director Sutton. I would like to get action from CMS on that. One partial avenue of relief for Rhode Island is the AHEAD program. Rhode Island is a willing voluntary participant in the AHEAD program. Coming behind Rhode Island is Connecticut. What remains to be seen is whether the payment rates agreed to for Rhode Island will suffer the same discriminatory discount with respect to the AHEAD rates for Connecticut as Connecticut comes through. I've been able to get no assurances from CMS that they care one whit about this payment differential or that they see AHEAD as a means of resolving this injustice. Mr. Kennedy, our healthcare system is teetering as a result of this. This is not a casual matter, and I would really like to see you and Dr. Oz and Mr. Dutton put your attention onto this Rhode Island problem. There is no conceivable justification for paying a hospital in Fall River 23% more than Rhode Island Hospital when Rhode Island Hospital provides more and better services, as recognized by the Secret Service, which will take an injured president from Martha's Vineyard to the Rhode Island Hospital Trauma Center, flying right over St. Anne's Hospital in Fall River, yet Fall River gets paid more. It makes no sense, and it has to be resolved. The other problem that I mentioned to you is that I'm now in my 4th round of CMMI directors. It's bloody Groundhog Day, trying to get something done about how end-of-life patients are treated. I'm offering Rhode Island as a willing example of how we can do it better. It is idiotic and cruel to force a family to put their dying loved one through 3 days and 2 nights of a hospital before they can put them in a nursing home. It is equally ridiculous to not allow palliative and curative care to happen together. Providing home care when someone is dying, even if they can still get out of the house or into the yard, is a basic thing to ask. And to have respite care be that somebody comes to the house instead of taking a dying family member to a hospital, that's not even respite. Every single one, Mr. Kennedy, of these waivers has been granted in the past by CMMS and other circumstances. All I want is for somebody to come and work out how we do this in Rhode Island. What is our patient base that we'll do this in, how we put the waivers together. To quote your CMS director, Mr. Oz, he said, as we discussed in your office, we must re-examine how end-of-life care is addressed in this country. I'm offering Rhode Island as an example of how to make it better. I hope you will concede that right now it is not good. So
Senator,
I need you to respond to me. You guys know where to find me. I'm up in the Hart Building.
Yeah.
We've reached out, we've tried for meetings, and the progress in all 3 of those areas, fixing the payment gap, getting ahead balanced regionally, and following through on our desire to do good things, improving end-of-life care with waivers you guys have already granted, has gotten me so far
no place. And forgive my impatience, a lot of it predates you. I put a hold on Biden nominees because I was getting jerked around by your bureaucracy. I'd like it to end and get some progress.
Yeah, you know, Senator, you raised this during my confirmation hearing, and I said to you then, and you were very civil. You raised something that makes a lot of sense to the extent that we have the power to fix it at CMS. I'd like to do it. We've had the same kind of complaints from Vermont. But I said to you at that time, call me and let's come talk about this. You have my cell phone. You can call me anytime. I've never heard from you in 7 months. Call me up. I'd love to meet with you. I'll get Oz in the meeting, and what you're saying, particularly about at the end of life, it may be something we can do something about. I want to help, and let me know.
We'll try. Forgive my frustration. But you've got 30,000 employees. They could have reached out to me. They know where I live.
Yes. Senator Cortez Masto.
Secretary Kennedy, thank you for being here. In May, you said, and I quote, "I stand with President Trump to say, no more middlemen, no more foreign freeloaders, no more skyrocketing drug prices. We're putting American patients first and taking on big pharma to make America healthy again." Yet your record tells a different story. In July, Republicans handed Big Pharma a massive win. Their big, beautiful bill that they just passed shields billion-dollar drugs like Keytruda, the world's top-selling cancer drug, from Medicare negotiation. Keytruda has been on the market since 2014. It pulled in nearly $18 billion last year in the United States alone. It costs patients up to $175,000 a year, draining Medicare of billions and forcing families into crushing debt or to forego life-saving care. And yet you support the big, beautiful bill. So despite the hype with executive orders and Washington Republicans only drug pricing law days relief for Medicare patients relying on high-cost cancer drugs, meanwhile, Democrats finally have allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices. I will say that Keytruda, along with Opdivo and Darzalex, the 3 top-selling cancer drugs, were widely expected to be selected for Part B negotiation in 2026 for 2028 implementation. They are now, because of the actions of this administration, exempt from negotiation for at least several additional years, if not permanently. So my question to you, Mr. Secretary, is how do you justify claiming to take on Big Pharma while supporting a bill that shields drugs like Keytruda and other cancer drugs from Medicare negotiation, costing seniors and taxpayers billions, and risking the lives of cancer patients who cannot afford their necessary medication?
Yeah, Senator, I appreciate the question. The Medicare drug negotiations in the IRA were very well intentioned, but they were poorly structured. And what we found is that the negotiations that have occurred actually have ended up raising the costs for Medicare. We are right now in negotiations.
The CBO has not agreed to that. The CBO doesn't say that. And it's just the opposite. So you're saying the CBO and independent agencies that validate the costs are wrong?
That is CMS data. That's
okay, so let's just focus on the cancer drugs. Why aren't we negotiating those and bringing those down for families? Why does the bill exempt those?
It's part of the MFN negotiations. I'm not sure of that provision in the bill, of the one beautiful bill, but You're
not sure of the provision, the negotiation provision, and how exempted
for Keytruda?
Drugs? Your agency is responsible for that negotiation, and you don't know about it?
I know that we're negotiating in the MFN
Let me ask
negotiations.
you this, Mr. Secretary. Let me ask you another question. How much are Medicare Part D enrollees expected to pay for prescription drug coverage next year?
I think that is in debate right now.
Let me tell you.
Are you talking about the rate?
They are going to pay $15 more than last year, up to $50 a month. Now, let me have a question for you on Part B. How much are Medicare Part B premiums expected to increase next year?
I don't know. I talked to
So
Dr. Oz
that
about
is
it
about,
yesterday. I think it's
they're supposed to increase about
16%.
11.6% or $21.50 more each month. And again, last time you were before me, you couldn't answer the questions of the very agency and the authority that you have to address these issues. You know, next year, seniors and families are facing higher health care costs across the board. 23 million people on Medicare with a standalone Part D drug plan could see their premiums rise to $50 a month, up from $35, because the Trump administration is cutting the federal subsidy that has been keeping costs down. Part B premiums will jump 11.6% to $206 a month in 2026, one of the largest single-year increases in decades. And so for an administration that claims it is lowering costs, my question to you is, what are you going to do to keep costs down for seniors?
I mean, I'm already doing what I'm already keeping costs down.
What are you doing to keep costs down for seniors, knowing that these costs are going to be increasing?
I mean, the program integrity bill, that is the first action that I did when I got in. It's one of the earliest actions in history of a complex regulation by an HHS secretary. A Congressional Budget Office has said that that's brought premiums down by 5%. That is the Congressional Budget Office, which does not like to acknowledge anything that we do.
And does that impact seniors?
Excuse me?
Does that impact seniors? And I know my time is running out. Does that impact seniors? What you just talked about, you're lowering costs. I'm asking you specifically.
We're lowering
for helping
costs.
seniors. Does it impact seniors?
Does it impact?
Come on. Let me just stop here.
I didn't
My
hear
time is
what
running
you
out,
said.
so I appreciate the chairman's indulgence here. My concern is you can't answer the questions. The very agency has oversight over these issues and controls the levers to lower costs for seniors. And you can't answer that simple question.
I didn't hear your question.
Okay, let's go.
We'll just proceed, and Senator Tillis has yielded his position to Senator Blackburn, so
And
she'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate the comments you've made about the Rural Health Transformation Program. That is something many of us worked on, and we were pleased to push that out of this committee, and I know Dr. Oz is moving forward with implementing that. I appreciate your comments to Senator Warner on the area wage index. He and I have worked on fixing that, and we appreciate your attention. I am delighted to know that you're going to end the revolving door and the conflicts of interest. I have found it so unseemly that people who work with a pharmaceutical or with a big food company then go back over into CDC or NIH or FDA, and then they're signing off on regulation for their former employer and many times their future employer. So we appreciate that. Senator Langford went to you on the PBMs, and as you are aware, my PBM Act that Senator Wyden worked with me on, that made it out of this committee last cycle. And making certain that we keep these rural pharmacies open, making certain that PBMs do not profit above what is their standard service fee, and that they have to disclose all their pricing. That is going to be an imperative. So will you work with us to get that PBM legislation across the finish line and to the president's desk?
Yes, Senator, absolutely.
Thank you. Interoperability is something that you have announced, a new interoperability framework to better align data sharing principles. And this is important to digital health. And as you're aware, when we passed 21st century cures definition is something that I worked tirelessly on to get implemented. So what I want to hear from you is, how does CMS plan to align this new framework with the existing federal framework, and how are we going to be able to move forward with one national policy on interoperability?
Well, I don't know if we, what we have right now is concrete commitments from the 60 top tech companies who we were able to convene to do